What does a human know the least about? About himself and the power hidden within him. The power that can not only prolong the life of the human body up to 1,500 years, but also give eternal life. What kind of power is that? Why don't people know about it? How can you learn to control it, live your life happily, and conquer death? The power of God is hidden in a human. Its squandering leads to misery and death. Why is its important role hidden from people? But at the same time, everyone is literally after it. What discoveries in physics has the discovery of this power led to? What new horizons will open for all humankind when people are able to unite this power and channel it towards creation? What valuable gifts has God given to humans? In what ways are humans like God? To know more, watch Kaleidoscope of Facts on Allat TV on August 13, 2022. Initiated by the participants of Allat International Public Movement from Romania and Moldova.
Здравствуйте, дорогие друзья!
Greetings, dear friends. Indeed, if you want to hide something well, put it in the most visible place. It is amazing how many mysteries a person hides in himself. With every new kaleidoscope of facts, I get convinced that we people really know very little about ourselves and our abilities.
Yes, Elena, you're absolutely right. And it shows that we still have a lot to learn about ourselves. And in today's Kaleidoscope of Facts, we're going to talk about the most valuable resource that every person has. In order to understand this topic in a different way, we have talked to experts from different fields: scientists, priests, psychologists, magicians, hypnologists. We express our gratitude to them for sharing their knowledge and experience with us. And we invite everyone who is interested to join in creating the next editions.
Today's Kaleidoscope of Facts, organized by participants of the Allat International Public Movement from Romania and Moldova, together with international team, we make a live broadcast on thousands of streaming platforms with a simultaneous interpreting on 17 languages. In our research, we lean on the videos with participation of Igor Mikhailovich Danilov and books by Anastasia Novakh.
Elena, did you know that attention is more important than a gift? What do you think that is? To answer this question, we have to look beyond the quantum limits of our reality and figure out the forces that people feel more than they know in practice. Have you ever noticed that we are always seeking the attention of loved ones, friends, co-workers, and just passersby? We get other people's attention by using all kinds of tricks, but there are also many among us who are professionally engaged in attracting attention to themselves. Let's watch a video on this topic.
What do all these people have in common? They are attention hunters. Our attention. They are ready to do anything. Change their appearance, shock with outrageous antics, rebel, and even risk their own lives. And all this is for a portion of our attention. But what do they need it for? Why do they need our attention? What makes them do such reckless things? Any movie is made for the audience, and while we pay, any movie will be made for us, as long as we pay. But the point is what we pay with. Have you ever heard of vampires? those who take life. Attention hunters are energy vampires. But the point is that they take life on an invisible level. And the worst thing about it is that we give our life to them voluntarily. Do you still think these are only fairy tales? Well, then watch this. We start imitating them, copying their bad deeds and vulgar, vicious behavior. By putting our attention into their image, we lose our life. It goes away through them. Do we not need our own life? Do we have unwanted years of life? The price for this is too high. Only when we know the truth can we protect ourselves and save our life.
Most likely, many have seen in this video familiar and common to modern society situations and faces, isn't it? Isn't our information space being actively filled with this content today? And with each time, there are more and more of these attention seekers. Their tricks are becoming even more absurd and stupid, but this is only the first glance. After all, it all works. They're very good at getting our attention, and we have to wonder why.
Why do people hunt for attention? What does it give them? Who do they serve? To explore these questions, let's watch a fragment of the program Circle with Igor Mikhailovich Danilov.
You know, I also remember that he once said that if a person has learned to steal a lot of attention and he suddenly finds himself in an environment where there are no people, the system will come to him anyway in order to get the same amount of attention.
Definitely, but this time it will take away his.
Precisely from him.
Let's look at the lives of many popular people. There's another little interest. Why does magic not work, let's say, on public people who are very, very famous?
It doesn't work.
Presidents or some prominent performers who never go off the screens. At the moment, when they are on the screens, as long as their image and name are known to a huge number of people, and a huge number of people evoke in themselves those phantom images, magic doesn't work on them. Well, it will work, but imagine what kind of power one should have to overpower.
The system itself protects them, doesn't it?
Of course, to overpower the resistance, the very protection of the system itself, you see? I mean, this is beneficial and interesting for the system. It's a source of its income. Let's say it is nourishment of the system itself. Masses of people spend their time, life, and invest their attention in this person's image. Can you imagine? Of course the system will protect its assets. But let's see what often happens to those people after they lose, let's say, the platform where they can get that attention from people. Okay? That's where the same thing begins to happen stereotypically to almost all of them, with rare exceptions. When a person has drastically changed his or her way of life, realized something, overcome it, and lives on, or a person, let's say, has another platform for getting attention. He has something to pay the system with. Then still...
Otherwise, it devours him, doesn't it?
Otherwise, it simply devours him. I'm just saying, anyone and everyone can trace it all.
Thank you, Igor Mikhailovich. So attention is a power which has a great influence on our lives, and it's very important to us. What does the word attention mean? Perhaps there are interesting facts in the etymology of the word that indicate the value of this resource. Ksenia, you have the floor.
Thank you, Elena. Greetings, dear friends. Now, let's look at the etymology of the word in different languages. First, let's divide the word attention into two parts. Then we have, in Russian language, внимание, attention, has two parts, вни and mania. Внимание, внимана, внеума, outside of mind. Meaning that something that is not connected in the mind that is outside of our mind, outside of consciousness. The English word attention comes from the Latin attentionem, which means attention, attentiveness. Now on your screen you can see a diagram which shows the attention comes from the genitive case of attendere, which means to listen to, literally to reach out to. The Greek verb prophison, professo, has two parts, pros and echo. The first part, pros, to, means first, former. The second part of the word echo is translated from ancient Greek as both to have and to grasp, to hold by force. Scholars also count as etymology-related words the Slavic verb siagati and the Sanskrit sachti, to fasten, to attach to oneself. It turns out that attention is an attempt to grasp the truth when one wants to get to the bottom of things. Our attention can be a force that binds us to an object or phenomenon over which we can desire for possession. Now, let's look at the Chinese language. The word attention in Chinese is chui sui. This character has two parts, chu, which means to flow, to pour in, together, to flow in, to pour out, and yi, translated, means thought, idea, desire, aspiration, attention. So it's turned out that where there is a desire and aspiration, something is flowing in, gathering there, flowing away. In this case, we can presume that it's some kind of energy that is outside of matter. In Arabic, attention is translated as intibahu. The word comes from the verbs to awaken, to be enlightened. Dear friends, from all of the above, a brief conclusion can be drawn. Attention is constantly flowing substance that is outside of this matter. It doesn't belong to the mind, consciousness. If human beings do not purposely direct the attention, it is still consumed and dispersed unconsciously and affects the world and human destiny in one way or another. This is why wise people have always said that it's important for a person to define the purpose of his or her life and to permanently invest the attention in it if he or she wants to achieve it. Thank you for your attention. I now give the floor to the presenters.
Thank you, Ksenia. It's interesting because even this expression, thank you for your attention, we use all the time without thinking about it. But attention is really a very valuable resource. The proper distribution of this power directly affects the length of our lives. Lucian, you have the floor.
Hello, dear friends. Did you know that a person should live dozens of times longer? Even the life of long livers is not the limit compared to the potential that is inherent in each of us. You might say that this is or you might wonder, then why don't people live that long nowadays? Let's figure it out together and find the answers to these questions, so we understand how longevity is related to the power of our attention. Right now, on the screen, you can see the pictures of young, fit, beautiful people. You probably think they are about 20 to 25 years old. But the Chinese woman in the picture, Lu Yelin, is actually 50 years old. Her 23-year-old son has to constantly explain that this is his mother, not a girlfriend. In the second picture is a Singaporean, Chuan Do Tan. He is 53 years old. He used to be a photographer, and now he is known as a model. Chinese Hu Hai, at the age of 68, likes to wear youth clothing, does yoga, and practices meditation. It seems that these people have managed to invent the elixir of youth. I think a lot of people would like to look the same at their age. Science registered the case of the oldest person, whose birth and death dates are well documented. Her name was Jeanne Calment. Calmont. She lived 122 years. Calmont was actively engaged in sports. She played tennis, rode a bicycle at the age of 100, and did fencing. Also, the pathophysiologist Alexander Bogomolets was engaged in research in the field of aging. In 1937, he opened a center for studying the phenomenon of longevity. Expeditions of gerontologists went to the Caucasian regions. Among the local elderly, there were found people aged from 130 to 180 years. But none of them had birth certificates. According to the results of the research, Bogomolets wrote a solid work, The Prolongation of Life, the main principles of the struggle for longevity, no satiety. One should beware of desire. It is a powerful incentive for creativity, love, incentive for long life. 150 years should be recognized as normal longevity of man. Everyone who is interested in the topic of longevity has come across the name of the Chinese Li Qingyuan. Li Qingyuan had lived for 256 years. There were certificates found, awarded to the long-lived man by the Chinese government for 150 and 200 years. Once the Chinese man uttered an interesting phrase: retain a calm heart, sit like a turtle, walk swiftly like a pigeon, and sleep like a dog. People close to him said that Li Qingyuan could sit in the same pose for hours without interruption, devoting himself to meditation. The man believed that it was a calm mind that helped a person live an extra 100 years. I invite you to watch an interview with Dr. Maria Kuman, PhD, Professor of Holistic Research Institute in the United States, and an author of books.
If you look at the Bible, starting from Adam and Eve and going all the way to Noah, all the people live more than 900 years. The birth of Noah is described in the book of Enoch. He wrote 30 books. And he's the only one that died at age 365. The other patriarchs before him, he lived 950 years. But his children lived almost one half of this. Approximately one half of this. So this was different kind of people, so to say. And what is very interesting, this cutting the lifespan into half has been done a number of times, not only during Noah's time. After Noah, for 4 generations, the average lifespan is 480 years. Then you have 3 generations of patriarchs that live only 240 years. And in the Bible it is written that during the time of Sargon the Great, when the north tribes of Israel were taken to live in Media, the lifespan was shortened to 120 years. So we are given to live 120 years. And if we live less than this, it is because of the stress of life. And I'm citing 8 different religions saying the same. Don't do to the other what you don't want to be done to you. If we all follow this simple rule, we will not have stress of life. But we don't do this. And I hope when I explain scientifically the role of positive and negative emotions, you understand the substance of Jesus' teaching. He came here to, when John the Beloved, his beloved disciples, asked him what is the main things in his teaching, he said he wants to be remembered with love one another, love your neighbor, love your enemy. Why love? We don't have idea what love can do. That's why we don't practice it. If we would know more, practice it.
Thank you for this insightful information, Maria. We will hear more about the role that positive and negative emotions play in our lives from the next speakers. But for now, let's continue our conversation about how long a person can live. In the Bible, in the Old Testament, we have also found information about long livers. In ancient China, there is also a legend that says that a man named Jian, also known as King, had lived for more than 800 years. By the end of the Yin dynasty, Peng Zhu was already 767 years old, but he did not look old and infirm. Peng Zhu is ascribed the doctrine of the life force, which is developed in the human body. When it becomes insufficient, a person falls ill. When it depletes, a person dies. And this is a very important point. What is this life force used for? What role does the power of our attention play in this? How much can we potentially live if we use this power properly? I propose to watch an excerpt from the video with Igor Mikhailovich Danilov, Obsessive Images.
As the ancients used to say, God allotted every human with a lifespan of at least 1500 years. And the ancients wondered why people live such a short period of time. The answer was simply amazing. God, He is very kind and generous, and He endows us with everything. A long life, a very long one, as well as happiness, joy and health. He endows us with everything. Yet why do we have it that way? Why do we live a short period of time? Why do we fall ill? Why do we not have peace, happiness and joy? That's a good question, isn't it?
We have a wrong lifestyle.
What do you mean by a wrong lifestyle? Should we properly eat, get enough sleep, have rest, somehow love ourselves, take care of ourselves, and somehow exploit our body carefully?
Psycho-emotional state.
Well, psycho-emotional state, we should be satisfied with everything, right? And again, our psycho-emotional state depends on external factors, doesn't it?
It does.
For instance, if we are surrounded by a good, wonderful team, where we feel good, or in a family, where we respect one another, where everything is splendid, where everyone takes care of each other, and everything is wonderful, right? That's the way it should be. Yet, have any of you seen such perfect conditions in real life?
There is nothing perfect in this system, indeed.
Absolutely right.
Yes.
Now, we already
deformed a priori.
Literally fantasize. Why? If a family, let's say, consists even of 3 people, and if they do not engage in their own spiritual development and have not achieved any results yet, they cannot be perfect. Just cannot be. Why? Because they have images, they have emotions, they get irritated, they fight for being the alpha. There is confrontation and everything else all the time, just like in any group, in the literal sense of the word. Even a child tries to dominate and fight for our attention, the attention of adults. This is already an attraction of attention, even if we understand everything. We pay attention to him, we know exactly as much as his imp is supposed to have, so that it grows. And so on. I mean, we are literate, intelligent and spiritually mature, while a child is unstable. He's already unstable. He already creates a lot of provocations. And he lives by images. Does anyone teach our children to properly develop? Nobody teaches them that in the consumerist format. This is really so. A child is left guideless, isn't he? So he tries to freely fantasize, especially during the first 5 or 6 years before the primary search. It is even pointless to do anything. Let's just look at how children grow up, okay? After all, they have games and fantasies, they talk to imaginary friends and everything else, so they spend a lot of that
An imagination.
which would be useful for us over the years, meaning their lives. On imagination, they create a lot of things. Why? It is exactly secondary consciousness that, while developing, learns to manipulate personality. Everything is very simple. A human is the only being in this world that is able to bring an illusion to life. After all, animals do not and cannot do that. Yes, more developed animals also think by means of images. They have primitive thinking, but they don't have the imagination which humans have. Why? A simple question. Because they don't possess that which really gives life. A human is in some way, well, that's wrong. But in some way a human is godlike because there is a part of the spiritual world in him. What we should spend, let's say, on gaining life, we spend on bringing images to life in our heads. No one thinks about that. While in reality, images are not a product of our brain. No. Images are generated in our brain, and we can see them with, say, our inner eyesight, right? Anyone can see them. A simple example, when we fight for dominance in a group, and there is some competitor, or we try to win someone, youth, love, and everything else, a boy wins a girl or a girl wins a boy. What's going on? Constant talking, constant communication,
feeding
with the image of that person. Or a dispute arises with someone. Okay, it doesn't matter where you are, friends, at work, at home, in a family, anywhere else. It doesn't matter. You encounter a stronger demon, and the game of imps in your head begins.
This microfight is maintained.
Of course.
Continuous, yes.
Yes, and we prove something, we explain. In other words, in the beginning we create an image of a non-existent person. I'm saying again, there is a specific person, but we create an image of a non-existent person.
A phantom.
A phantom in the literal sense of the word. It doesn't exist in the material world, but at the same time, it exists in the subtle material world. It really exists. We talk to it. We spend our life energy on it. It lives at our expense. This is extremely beneficial for the system itself. It is beneficial to our consciousness. Why? We pay with our lives for an illusion, don't we?
Thank you, Igor Mikhailovich. So it turns out that a person can live for at least 1,500 years. This information makes me wonder, what are we doing with our lives? What are we wasting our potential for? In fact, we live so little because we spend our life force on creating images, negative thoughts and emotions. Olga will tell us about how destructive and pernicious this all is for a person.
Good afternoon. Thank you very much, Luciano. For thousands of years, people have been asking themselves, why do we age? What are the causes and mechanisms of this process? And most importantly, is it possible to reverse aging? Nowadays and lately, it's becoming increasingly clear that scientists that the rate of aging depends on a complex interaction of factors from biological to social ones. Authors of numerous studies are unanimous that thought and human thoughts and emotions have the main influence on a person's state of health and the rate of aging. Elizabeth Blackburn, the Nobel Prize winner, and psychologist Elissa Apple came to the conclusion that aging is a dynamic process that can be accelerated or slowed down. Scientists claim that a person's mental patterns can harm telomeres, an important part of cells' DNA. Telomeres form caps on the ends of chromosomes where our genetic heritage is recorded. They may be compared to the plastic tips on the ends of shoelaces that keep them from unraveling. In the process of cell division, protective caps wear out. Short telomeres are one of the main causes of aging of human cells. According to Dr. Blackburn's theory, they can lengthen and thus slow down aging. Telomeres' length is greatly influenced by a person's lifestyle. This is due to the fact that telomeres don't just follow the commands given by the genetic code, but they listen to a person and his body responds to external factors. I suggest us watching a video.
If we are sick, it's just because we are putting the negative thinking inside of us, and those cells hear it and capture those vibrational energy, and it's harmful for the cells in our body. That's why we have diseases. So when we are conscious about that, then we can change our mindset and we take the garbage out and put back the positive thing into our mindset. Then we can switch that and we can cure from those diseases. So when we can control our thinking, our emotion, that will help our cells in the body control themselves too. And if we are feeling frustrated all the time or we feel stressed all the time, what happens is we are putting garbages, those feelings into our cell, and it will harm our cell, and we'll say, oh, why am I like this? Why am I having these diseases? Well, it just happened like 20 years ago down the line that you're feeling a frustration about something. Your brother-in-law just did something to you and you keep it inside of you until now. 20 years ago that happened and you keep it, you bring it into now. That's what happened. You just keep those garbages of negative thinking inside of you, and that's what happened to the cells in your body. And that's it. So usually people just talk about what they don't want instead of talking about what they want, right? And the law of attraction just works both ways. Either you want it or you don't want it. So that is where people, when they are sick and they start thinking about their sickness, they will get more sick, right? And the people who are sick and they are lively, they are joyful, they are happy, and they just go with the flow, those people have more chance to recover from their sickness. And that is why the law of attraction is just working for them like that. And that is what happened. And when we understand about that, we can manifest anything in our life.
Thank you, Mina. A group of researchers from the Max Planck Institute have managed to prove an important fact. Chemical reactions in the body occur regardless of whether the cause of stress is real or it's an imaginary situation. The body releases the same amount of cortisol, both with negative thoughts, when negative thoughts are directed to the future and to the past. Psychologist Lisa Feldman Barrett uses the term affective realism to describe the brain's ability to construct associations. Affective realism is the phenomenon of experience, what we believe in. It is the focus of our attention that determines our reality. Thus, with nutrition, our thoughts, feelings, and beliefs affect our health. Now let's listen to Yuri Zakharov, professor of experimental medicine at the Ontario Institute for Regenerative Medicine in Canada. He will tell us about the phenomena of the power of our thoughts and attention.
Scientists have been studying this phenomenon for a long time. At one time, in the 1990s, we conducted an experiment at the Brain Institute. It was a special, closed at that time, laboratory, where the main question was posed: whether this phenomenon exists or not, whether it works or not. It turned out that yes, it works. Yes, it does exist. But we were not the first at all. We can recall, for example, Ellen Langer. She is the most classic psychologist. She was the first woman psychologist, I guess from Harvard, who did very unusual work. Later, she wrote a book and thus made history. What did she do? She conducted a very remarkable experiment. They took a non-operating monastery and locked up a large number of 75-year-old people there. The atmosphere of 20 years ago was reproduced in this monastery. Meaning, there were newspapers which told about that time, TV receivers of that time, shows of that time, music on the radio of that time. The food was also of that decade. Moreover, as they were elderly people, they took certain medications. During this period, they stopped being given any medications at all, and they were just being watched to see what would happen. And after a certain period of time, it turned out to be a very interesting story. Well, at that time, the concept of biological age was not yet sufficiently defined. There were no modeling clocks, but there were different questionnaires. There were functional tests that examined joint mobility, muscle strength, and so on. And it turned out that people became about 10 years conditionally younger just by being in that environment. In other words, they actually lived in it and convinced themselves that they were minus 20 years old.
Experiment by Ellen Langer once again confirms that our health and longevity depend on our perception of the world. In order to get rid of negativity in our life, it is enough for us to redirect attention. Scientists emphasize that positive thinking is the most effective action to improve a person's psycho-emotional state. An optimistic attitude towards life reduces stress levels, strengthens the immune system, and thus prevents the development of diseases. The book Allat says, "The most interesting thing is that if you start to simply ignore bad thoughts and emotions, which surge suddenly, and you intentionally focus on something good, for example, on good thoughts or a good deed, then with time this negativity retreats, as if this state has never existed at all. And if you give in to a bad mood, begin to feel sorry for yourself, and so on. In other words, if you give your attention to negative emotions, then this state only gets worse and starts to live inside you, or rather to poison your life like a parasite." It is worth mentioning that among the factors that influence both mood swings, hormonal fluctuations in the human body are also taken into account. And do you know how long does the hormone action last in us? Exactly 90 seconds. In other words, after a hormonal surge subsides, there is an investment of our attention into a negative emotional outburst. Suddenly, a 90-second irritation escalates into days or even years of anger, resentment, and frustration. In order to learn more about the impact of thinking on the human body, let us watch an interview with writer Maria Kuhlmann, PhD professor at the Institute for Integrated Studies in the United States of America.
The life force is not given a priori. It depends very much how we live our life. The Creator gave us freedom of choice. And if we experience positive emotions, our life energy goes up. How I can support this statement? In Russia, Shkatov developed equipment that allows him to measure the spinning of the aura. Aura is our spirit. He found that when we experience positive emotions, the aura spins clockwise. And when we experience negative emotion, the aura spins counterclockwise. I did measurements myself. I started with measuring the intensity of the aura, and I found that the aura is brighter when we experience positive emotions, and the aura is dimmer when we experience negative emotions. I wanted to have more precise measurements in numbers that tell me in details what is going on. And I found that when we think, it is even enough just to think positively for your energy to go up, or when you think negatively, your energy goes down. When people think about the happiest moments of their life, their energy is not only higher, it is better balanced. And perfect balance means perfect health. So if you want to be healthy, you would better think positively. You would better think of yourself as being happy. When you think negatively, the energy, not only the energy, the body, the energy goes down, but it becomes more uneven because the genetically inherited weak organ drops in energy maximum. And in this way, when you think negatively or experience negative emotions, you are making a step further to the disease of this genetically inherited weak organ. And our aura spirit is nonlinear electromagnetic field. And nonlinear fields have, I explained, when water runs in river and the bottom of the river is smooth, it is linear, the movement of the water. But if there is a stone, the water needs to go around the stone, it becomes nonlinear. And behind the stones, you have two vortices, one spinning clockwise, that is called vortex, and the other spinning counterclockwise, that is called antivortex. Now, with in physics, we have the rule of the right hand, folded fingers of the right hand. When the folded fingers are in direction of the spinning, the thumb is showing you the direction of the magnetic field or the direction of the energy. So if you put folding fingers in direction clockwise, the thumb is showing down, which means clockwise spinning are vortices, and vortices suck energy. Antivortices spin counterclockwise, and they emit energy. So it turned out that when we experience positive emotions or think positively, our aura spirit is spinning clockwise and sucking energy in. That's why our aura is bright. And that's why we are saying we are in high spirit. When we think negatively or experience negative emotions, the aura spins counterclockwise and emit energy. That's why we are in low spirit when we experience negative emotions or just think negatively. Very simple and very logical explanation. So God gave us the freedom of choice. And if we choose to be positive, loving, forgiving, and helping others, as Jesus was teaching, our energy goes up, life energy goes up, and our lifespan is going to be longer, healthier, and happier. If you experience negative emotions or just think negatively, you are losing energy and you are shortening your life. So that's how it is given. It is not a priori given. It depends on the way you are living your life. And this way depends on your choice. When people think dominantly negative, they will have dominance of neurotransmitters related to negative thinking or negative emotions. That's why they are chemical imbalance. But at the bottom of this is emotional imbalance. And that's why when they try to correct this chemical imbalance, temporarily they can have success. Later on, the things drift the way they were. In 80% of the people, in 80% of the cases, the people go back to drugs because their way of thinking remains the same. However, if these people who feel miserable, by the way, because of their dominant negative thinking, if they understand where from their misery comes, it comes from negative thinking, and start to watch how they think, oh, this is negative, I'm not supposed to think negative. If they change their way of thinking, they will be different people. They will be happy people. They will not need hallucinogenic drugs and alcohol to make them close to normal or well.
Thank you, Maria. So, a person's quality of life directly depends on the focus of his or her attention. Everything that happens in our head is somehow reflected in reality. We, by the power of our attention, buy ourselves everything: diseases, health, or longevity. According to the latest scientific data, on average, we have more than 6,000 thoughts every day. At the same time, 95% of them are repetitive thoughts. What we thought yesterday, a week ago, and what we will think about tomorrow. Moreover, 80% of thoughts are negative. By changing our thinking to a positive side, we have an opportunity to improve our health, increase the quality of life and longevity. We can potentially live more than 1,500 years ago, 500 years. It is our choice that determines where our life energy will be channeled. If you want to live long, a happy life, start controlling what you invest your attention in. Thank you.
Спасибо, Ольга.
Thank you, Olga. After the information that you voiced, I understood how emotions influence the quality and longevity of our life. An interesting fact, scientists have found the action of hormones that cause an emotional outburst in a human stops after 90 seconds. And here's the question arises. Why then do we continue to get emotional for days and weeks? Why don't we calm down after 90 seconds when the hormones stop working? What triggers these emotions in us, and why does someone in us wants us to live less than we are supposed to? What is this self-destructive mechanism? What role do images and phantoms in our heads play? Roman, I give you the floor.
Thank you, Elena. Good afternoon. So what is a phantom? The word phantom itself comes from the French fantôme, which in turn comes from the Greek phantasma. In the translation, it means apparition, ghost, creation of imagination, fiction. It means that the concept refers to something ephemeral, subtle, weightless. We form images or phantoms since childhood. This includes fantasizing and playing with imaginary friends. The process of fantasizing is actively stimulated by human consciousness. That is, consciousness offers different images in the head. And according to our choice, we either put the power of our attention into them or not. Consciousness develops and learns to manipulate personality with images, because one's energy is channeled through images and phantoms into consciousness, and this is its main and only nourishment. Images are not a product of the brain. They come from outside, and only after that they are transmitted to us as personalities, and we can see them with our inner vision. When we put the power of attention into the image of a character from a movie or just a person in our head and have a dialogue with them, we create an image of a non-existent person. A phantom. The phantom does not exist in the material world, but at the same time, it exists in the world of subtle matter. It really exists. We talk to it in our heads, spend the energy of our own life on it. It lives at our expense. Human is the only being in this world capable of animating an illusion. As the power of attention is invested, the illusion becomes a reality already in this material world. Anyone can create a phantom just by making a mental effort to do so. For example, you begin to remember your summer vacation at the sea, recreating in your mind the setting that surrounded you. By such a mental action, you create your double, which will arise precisely in that very place, near the sea, and will feed on your energy of life. A phantom can be defined as a local clot of something, a clot of energy, a clot of information, an energy-information structure. Two types of phantoms can be roughly defined. Static phantoms, which exist independently of a person, but are manifested at the moment of observation. As a rule, static phantoms are attached to a concrete place, ghosts and apparition. Dynamic phantoms that are formed by a person's consciousness, thought images. There is a popular Tibetan practice called tulpa. Tulpa is a visible and even tangible platform phantom. Tulpa is a visible and even tangible phantom that is created by the imagination and willpower of its creator. In 1915, in Tibet, a group of 20 monks tried to imagine the phantom in their heads. They meditated so hard that the phantom appeared out of thin air. Let's see a video of how it works.
Can people create a phantom? They can. But there is a certain law. There must be a certain number of people, excuse me. It's not 5 or 7 people who are sitting at a table, but many more. They must invest their attention at such a concentrated level so that this particular image would arise. They must make maximum efforts for its manifestation, and then it can really form. However, as a rule, a phantom is not a material structure, it is rather a manifestation of subtle matter. And it will definitely exist at their expense, meaning this is a kind of an agreement. Well, for example, we would like, how does this work? I'll simply explain. A necessary number of us have gathered, no fewer. It's possible with a greater number, and not with a fewer one. I'm not saying how many, otherwise people will play with it. Although one can find these practices described. They are described in more detail in Tibetan literature. What's the point? We'd like to make a god for ourselves, or sort of a genie. And we begin to focus our attention on it with certain characteristics of it. For example, we'd like to have an assistant, Mickey Mouse. That is, a little mouse. The most interesting thing is that in a while, literally, everyone who was engaged in this process of creation and were extremely focused on it, those who were just sitting, watching, and doing nothing, for those it wouldn't work. Whereas those who were making a really good input would start noticing lots of mice appearing around them. And out of the blue, mice would start showing up. This would manifest. These are the first manifestations that this begins to work. Then there is more. They have gathered again, some input is made. There are material requests, as if to a genie, and somehow something might be achieved, somewhere, might start working. Things deemed impossible might come true, but it's all in the material world. If this is pleasing and beneficial for the system, such things do exist, but one needs to understand that it's a direct path to subpersonality.
Thank you, Igor Mikhailovich, for the valuable information. Indeed, in order to create a phantom, a person spends his life energy putting attention into the image, thinking over all the details down to the smell and structure. The phantom is closely connected to its creator and feeds on his energy, and its continued existence will depend only on the host. This creature is capable of interacting with all 5 human senses. I suggest watching an interview with the biologist Sergei Maslobrod.
Phantoms and mental images. What is it? This is something that exists in our world, often in an invisible form. But it exists in the form of some kind of energy information cloud. This is some kind of field, often of an incomprehensible nature, definitely not electromagnetic. This is something that can exist in the form of a visual image. There is a device, the so-called IGA device, indicator of geomagnetic anomalies. The decipher was created by Kravchenko. This device works on the registration of electromagnetic radiation, of very delicate registration. The slightest change in the electromagnetic component is caught by the device. So it can identify pathogenic zones, where there are voids, where there are some pipes, not even metallic ones. But the electromagnetic component is a consequence of the phantom itself. And by all accounts, it's not electromagnetic in nature. Well, if it hangs in the air, if it passes through all sorts of obstacles, if it moves around instantly, you can place it, transmit it over a distance. There is no electromagnetic component. I've already said that. But it does disturb the environment during its action. And the environment is usually an electromagnetic unit. It also has its own personal lifetime. That's their peculiarity of existence, self-existence, self-organization. And in some cases, if it is initially powerful, it can even improve itself, life on its own. There are such techniques when powerful psychics created, like that woman who gradually made a phantom. I read, I do not remember her last name, she was a powerful psychic. She created an assistant. She materialized it. So the one she created was a homunculus. It was like a servant. It understood that this person gave birth to it. So she could kill it too. So it had to either escape or encroach on her life. And she felt it, the author. And it turned out that this homunculus had become dangerous to her, no longer an assistant, because it had developed a kind of consciousness. Consciousness itself is universal, spread throughout nature and on every level, everywhere, and even in plants, and in a human everywhere. And so it emerged, formed within it, because there is a structure where it can fit in. And so it understood that, and when she understood it, she tried so hard to destroy it, eliminate it, because it became dangerous. And such things also happen. First, it's fine, then it gets its consciousness, and it's against it. You create a phantom, then you give the order, go away, or you're dead. That's the mental order, that's it. The dissolution takes place. That's the kind of thing I tried to when we were studying the aura of a human. Then I sent him something. You will feel fine. The device immediately showed something, and then I removed that. There is a return, amazing. I haven't dealt with it in detail. But there is the very fact that such actions are possible. This world is driven by the thought. Not just our thought, but some global thought. So diverse and inconceivable and fascinating. And we don't know who we are here at all.
Thank you, Sergei Nikitich. As we see, it is easy to get involved in an unpleasant story with phantoms, but it is not always possible and sometimes very difficult to get out of it. Professor Chernetsky has proven experimentally that the double emitted by a person has many characteristics of living objects. For example, mass and density. And there is also a biofield around him, which is registered by devices. Professor Chernetsky repeatedly recorded mental images created by the human brain with the help of an electrostatic sensor. In his article, Energy of Emptiness, he said, if we create a mental image in any place, for example, in the corner of the room, then the device will fix the covers, aura of this phantom. But if we mentally blur this image, the covers will disappear. The device will not show anything. Let's watch a fragment from the video with participation of Igor Mikhailovich Danilov.
You can conduct the following interesting experiment, friends. For example, start thinking tritely. That's simple. You know, we think a lot anyway, and we still create a lot of images. So let's make good use of it. Start thinking about something big and heavy. For example, a suitcase loaded with stones. Pick any color and size you like, but recall it 20 times a day. Just think about how you lift it, how you carry it, and you will see how much energy flows out of you. Why? After all, it's in your thoughts. You don't carry it physically. You merely imagine how you carry it, how you lift it. When you go to work, take it with you mentally. You will even come to work and feel tired. Those of you who do not want to, friends, don't do that. Let it be a joke. But for those who don't believe and want to experiment, please experiment, but treat it conscientiously, with full responsibility for the purity of the experiment. When you come home, bring your suitcase with you. If you go somewhere for work, take it with you and imagine, clearly imagine its weight, size, and dimensions. And you will see what your imagination is capable of at the physical plane. That's how our life disappears. Yet, we create phantoms, images, we argue with someone, talk to them, and all this is sort of not real. It's not real. It doesn't give you anything here in this material world. However, it really and seriously takes your life and your energy. So, is it worth carrying that suitcase?
Yes, indeed. If in your head you walk around all day long with a suitcase like that, you are bound to feel a drop in energy. Phantoms were repeatedly registered by means of photography as well. In 1968, Ninel Kulagina illuminated the photographic material with her thought. In 1996, the newspaper Anomaly published an amazing picture. It depicts the researcher of the Tunguska meteorite, Mr. Zoltov, and the phantom of Ninel Kulagina, a famous psychic. This picture was made by the husband of Ninel, Viktor Kulagin, who recorded the results of the experiments with his camera during the tests. He recalls, during a break, someone from the team asked Ninel Sergeyevna, try to send your flow, your energy, your aura towards Zoltov, and we will try to take pictures. And that's what happened. The phantom of Kulagina appeared behind the Zoltov's back, which she continuously sent towards her partner. This picture graphically shows that a person can control his phantom at will, deliberately sending to it the selected point. And now let's watch a fragment from the program Obsessive Images with the participation of Igor Mikhailovich Danilov.
Igor Mikhailovich, and there is also the following question. For example, a person has created some images for himself and he understands that this is bad. Guys ask the following question. Is it possible to get rid of this image completely? Is it possible to simply erase it from memory, from consciousness forever?
To format it as a memory?
Yes, to format it.
It is possible to format memory. We understand that it takes time to get rid of an active, strong image of, let's say, the phantom which you have created and which already dominates you. In order to get rid of it, you need time and effort. But the question is whether you'll get rid of it forever or not. Of course you won't. You can deactivate it. However, you cannot eliminate it completely. And it will still exist and will still eat your life. But not as actively as it ate when it was active, right? Yet, what did it eat? It ate a person, the one who created it. Therefore, my friends, you know, the main thing is not to be a meal, even for your own imagination. And everything will be fine, right?
Right.
Well, that's how it is with the images. You do not notice how you become a dumpling. So, it is possible to format memory, but you'll never get rid of an image, the one that you created. And you will be feeding it exactly as long as you exist in the body here. And your prana, or life energy, let's say, will be distributed to this image as well. The question is whether it will be active or inactive. Well, some people will say, that's unrealistic, it is possible to get rid of it. What are you telling us, my friends? In this case, we are telling absolute facts that have been confirmed by numerous experiments. Do you doubt it? Experiment. All you need is a good hypnotist, your consent, and you will see how many things will pop up even from your childhood. Merely that. Do the images which a child creates disappear anywhere? No, they grow up together with him. And this way, we give rise to a legion of those who live instead of us. That is why, out of the 1500 years which we are supposed to live, we live for a very short period of time, because so many entities live instead of us.
Thank you very much, Igor Mikhailovich. Considering the fact that a human being is a lifespan of at least 1500 years, comes the understanding of why we actually live about 80 years of this lifespan. Because we waste our life energy on thoughts and images in our heads, creating a huge number of phantoms, consciously or unconsciously. I give the floor to the host. Lena?
Thank you, Roman. We've just heard some very important information about phantoms. It turns out that this is the same image that we give our attention to. Phantoms exist at the level of information. They settle and remain in the subconsciousness of a human. They don't go anywhere, but continue to exist using our vital energy. That is, they live at the expanse of us. So next time, creating the next image of phantom, think about whether you are ready to give years of your life to it. And this is not in the figurative sense, but in the literal sense, because more we create phantoms, the less we live ourselves. As Igor Mikhailovich said, there are techniques that allow you to receive full information which is stored in the subconsciousness. These techniques allow you to make sure that everything a human heard, have seen, or have thought about, it's stored in subconsciousness. Oleg, please tell us more about that.
Everything we see, or rather everything that comes into our field of vision, whether we pay attention to it or not, warning. It's attention. And it all continues to exist in our consciousness at the level of information down to the smallest details. Many will have doubts and think that it is not that true, that a person cannot remember everything, much less down to the smallest detail. Many will say, it's impossible because I don't even remember what happened yesterday, and you say that information is stored about the whole life. You know? This raises questions for me. Why don't we remember much? Why does consciousness store all information, but at the same time locks it in subconsciousness and gives a person only a microscopic part of what is already stored there? And what is consciousness at all, if it acts as it pleases and not as the person wants it to? Does consciousness have its own goals and interests? A familiar example, at school we were constantly cramming the multiplication table, formulas, this or that information during our studies. But when the teacher called us to the blackboard and asked us a question, then, as if by Murphy's law, the right answer did not come to our mind. There was a blank slate in your head, like everything was zeroed out, and it was like there was no information on the subject at all. Familiar, isn't it? But any information we have ever heard or seen, including with our peripheral vision, is recorded in our subconscious. And our consciousness gives us not our memories themselves, but a distorted interpretation of them, memories of memories. It turns out that consciousness is something separate and acts as it pleases. It gives us information if it wants, and if it does not want to, it doesn't give it to us. But why? There are techniques which prove that all information continues to exist and is stored in our subconscious. For example, this is the technique of hypnosis. Let's listen to a specialist who will tell us what hypnosis is and about his technique of putting a person in a trance state, altered state of consciousness. Andrei Nikolaevich Polyakov, you have the floor.
Hypnosis is a very interesting state. It is a trance state, a waking state, a dream state. It's an altered state of human consciousness in which a person can solve certain problems. There is classical and Ericksonian hypnosis. Classical hypnosis is directive hypnosis, and it implies certain commands, while Ericksonian hypnosis uses hidden indirect suggestion techniques, which also help to solve problems effectively by altering consciousness, working with the subconsciousness, and bypassing critical thinking. All hypnotherapists are also hypnotized, and they too go into a trance. They kind of enter this state and establish an invisible bridge of communication, meaning an invisible connection, a channel. And through this channel, both the hypnotherapist and the one being hypnotized solve these problems together. When, let's say, you start working with a person, through this channel you can see the state the person is in. You show him 2 fingers and ask, how many fingers? And the person tells you how many fingers there are. So there's already a calibration. And you begin to understand the person's state. If he tells you 2 fingers, that means he's already a visual person. He's only calibrating information with his eyes, and he didn't connect his ears. But the information was. I'm just explaining the mechanism of subconsciousness and these techniques. So I actually asked how many fingers I had showed with my hand, right? I was showing 2. These are the calibration moments that determine what state a person is in. It doesn't mean that he's got some serious mental problems. No, it just helps to see what state a person is in, what their leading state is. Some are kinesthetic. They need to touch, and only then they can feel what they are connected to. Some need to smell. to taste. And so all these moments are used in work. When a person comes, it's important to calibrate him and understand which channels must be used to achieve certain goals. Whether it will be auditory, visual or kinesthetic style. Immersions can be different. Sometimes a person can immerse instantly even with his eyes open. A person may not necessarily be sleeping or something like that. He can get into this altered state with his eyes open. And his brain begins to emit different frequencies, which also change. And when the hypnotherapist talks, he makes, let's say, certain finger snapping. And these snaps correspond to certain activation of alpha, beta, gamma, and theta waves in the brain. So these moments are also important.
Thank you, Andrei Nikolaevich. Is it possible to rely on human memory? German psychologist Hermann Ebbinghaus studied memory in 1885. He came up with the forgetting curve, also called the Ebbinghaus curve. He conducted an experiment on memorizing a meaningless series of syllables with no meaningful associations, e.g. bow, geese, loch, etc., etc. It was found that after the first unmistakable repetition of a series of such syllables, forgetting goes very quickly at first. Already during the first hour, up to 60% of the received information is forgotten. In 10 hours after memorization, 35% of the learned information remains in memory. After 6 days, we will retain 20% of the syllables we learned at the beginning, and this number will be retained for about a month. As a matter of fact, human consciousness is a forger. It retains the exact image of an event for some milliseconds only, and when long-term memory starts working, it distorts the event completely beyond recognition, and in this distorted variant presents it to a person. That is, memory in our common understanding is not how information is kept in its pure form in human subconsciousness, but exactly how consciousness presents information in its distorted form to the person. Here is the fragment of the video with Igor Mikhailovich Danilov.
If a person is put in an artificially triggered trance-like state, meaning hypnosis, then the person can basically recall literally everything that he heard, everything that he saw. Let's give such a simple example. We've tried to recreate this before. We placed the person and told him simply to stand for 15 minutes. While a stream of cars was passing by, we said, "Watch, a car should be coming," and told him the plate number. When he drives by, you will wave to him. Well, we made up the plate number. Well, at the time when we conducted this experiment, pardon me, there was no such traffic in Kiev as nowadays, of course. Well, dozens of cars passed within 15 minutes. For the experiment purity, the reason why it was precisely 15 minutes, because video cameras weren't like those today, guys. A reel of film was enough for 15 minutes of recording. And down the road, Andreevich recorded on a camera himself, meaning the entire flow of cars that was coming in his direction. He recorded all of that. So, after a while, we gave the person a week's break. Literally, a week later, my good friend and I put him in a trance-like state. And my friend started asking him elementary questions, colors of the cars, plate numbers, and so on. Well, there was not a single mistake.
Taking into account that consciousness in its regular mode is unable to remember more than 3 to 5 of these.
Afterwards, when he came out, well, when he was brought out of the trance state, we asked him to recall the cars. He wasn't able to. Why, again? An intense flow of information is locked at the level of primary consciousness. If a person practices, he can memorize something, can expand it, but everything, to the slightest detail, is stored in our subconsciousness. Back then, it was fashionable to decorate cars with tassels. Well, maybe some of our friends remember such tassels were hanging, like on a rug, and people would hang them around the edge of the windscreen, like rocks. There were various trinkets in the car, including the number of these tassels. So a human's memory is immense.
Что показывает электроэнцефалограмма головного мозга при гипнозе?
What does the electroencephalogram of the brain shows during hypnosis? Calm, peaceful wakefulness changes to drowsiness, at which point the theta wave appear on the EEG. Fluctuations in the brain become slower and more rhythmic, with a range of 4 to 8 Hz. This condition is often referred to as twilight, as it places the person between sleep and wakefulness and allows him to see images, memories, and he appears to be awake rather than asleep. Theta waves are an indication that the person is entering a deep, altered state of consciousness, which, with subconscious dominance. Theta waves are the subtle boundary between consciousness and subconsciousness. Hypnotist Susan Foxley will explain how it happens.
When you're doing hypnosis, it's really important to get out of beta and get into theta. So I get my clients in a very relaxed state, a very, very relaxed state where the mental chatter is ceasing and getting into theta waves. And you can't change the subconscious mind unless you're in theta. And so I get my clients into theta brain waves, and then we plant that image of what they would like to visualize and feel and smell and taste and touch and hear. And as long as I'm describing that image in their mind, it plants that seed for as long as that image is there. But it's like a TV station, you can change the TV station to another station. But that image, let's say you watched a movie last night on Netflix, and that image is still in your mind from last night, but you're making breakfast now. So the image is already, you've forgotten about it unless you want to go back and rehearse it again. But you plant those seeds in the recesses of your gray matter, and you plant it in your subconscious mind. And how you change the subconscious mind is through imagination and repetition. Imagination and repetition. So when I do hypnosis with my clients, I record it for them, and I tell them to listen to it at night before they go to bed for 30 days and keep using their imagination and repeating that image over and over again. Imagination and repetition. Imagination and repetition. And the image is there just as long as you're visualizing it. But just like a photographer taking a photo, the longer you keep that still in your mind, the more likely, as within, so without, you're going to attract it to you more easily and effortlessly through using your imagination and repetition. So it's in there, and it's like the seed in your subconscious mind, and it can take a while to show up. It could be now, or it could be next week. It could be next year.
Thank you, Susan. During hypnosis, the left hemisphere of the brain shuts down, and with it, the evaluation of the situation and the control of behavior. The person will fall into a right hemispheric or hypnotic state of altered consciousness. The right hemisphere is responsible for imagination, and here the hypnotist begins to impose and to transmit images. The right hemispheric state is characterized by the loss of the ability to critically perceive any information. Critical thinking, meaning the person's ability to question incoming information, including his or her own beliefs, is off. Theta rhythms reduce the action of protective mental mechanisms and allow the therapist's words to penetrate deep into the subconscious. At the same time, the statements made by the hypnotist are immediately recorded in the person's subconscious. I suggest watching this video.
There is research done in Russia and in the US, and they show the same. During prayer or meditation, the brain is not active. The brain is like sleeping. The only rhythm is the alpha rhythm, which is the basic rhythm of the brain. And this was done in Russia, that there is no brain activity registered during prayer or meditation. And research was done by Carl Pribram, who was a neurosurgeon and worked on brain the whole his life. He also found that during meditation, the brain is not active. Only alpha rhythm is present. Still functioning, but sleeping. Not dead, but sleeping. So, when you want to give us freedom of choice, the Creator put everything related with the spirit that comes from Him in the subconscious. And with the waves of the spirit, which is nonlinear electromagnetic field, what I found. And nonlinear fields have vortices spinning clockwise and anti-vortices spinning counterclockwise. And the chakras, that in Sanskrit means spinning wheels, is exact terminology. These are the alternating vortices and anti-vortices of the nonlinear electromagnetic field of the spirit. And because the spirit is nonlinear fields with waves, and three-dimensional images are created with laser waves, the recording in the subconscious is made with waves. And it is holographic in nature. And holographic record is very compact. And I don't know why our scientists know, but our science is at the level we describe what we observe. When the sleep switches between conscious and subconscious, it reads in the conscious everything that's recording during the day and sends it for permanent storage in the subconscious, where it is recorded on holographic principle in a very condensed form. Why our scientists don't ask the question, why? They know that the sleep is a constant switch between activity of the brain, they register this with an electroencephalogram, and activity of the subconscious, which is emotional activity, and it is registered with galvanometers. They don't ask why this is done. This is done to save in the subconscious everything that's recording during the day. And hypnotists know that all our life is recorded at subconscious level because they put the conscious to sleep to be able to reach the subconscious. And the subconscious tells them all that happened during the lifetime, and they look what caused the trauma, what caused the problem that the patient is having. So they know that we have full records of our time, it's conscious. But our science somehow ignore what the hypnotists are finding. Another thing that the hypnotists are finding is hypnotized people with sleeping conscious can calculate at least 10,000 times faster, which speaks about what we must have a more powerful computer than our conscious computer at subconscious level. We do. It works with the waves of the spirit. That's why it is quantum computer.
As we can see, all the information is stored in the subconsciousness, not only about the whole life of this personality, but also information about the past lives of people who preceded this personality. It's like a black box that records all the information of a plane online without missing anything. But how can such colossal amount of information be recorded and stored? Clearly, it cannot be done in material limited brain. Maria Kumai, a scientist from the United States, will tell us more about this.
There is research done in Russia and in the US, and they show the same. During prayer or meditation, the brain is not active. The brain is like sleeping. The only rhythm is the alpha rhythm, which is the basic rhythm of the brain. And this was done in Russia, that there is no brain activity registered during prayer or meditation. And research was done by Carl Pribram, who was a neurosurgeon and worked on brain the whole his life. He also found that during meditation, the brain is not active. Only alpha rhythm is present. Still functioning, but sleeping. Not dead, but sleeping. So, when you want to give us freedom of choice, the Creator put everything related with the spirit that comes from Him in the subconscious. And with the waves of the spirit, which is nonlinear electromagnetic field, what I found. And nonlinear fields have vortices spinning clockwise and anti-vortices spinning counterclockwise. And the chakras, that in Sanskrit means spinning wheels, is exact terminology. These are the alternating vortices and anti-vortices of the nonlinear electromagnetic field of the spirit. And because the spirit is nonlinear fields with waves, and three-dimensional images are created with laser waves, the recording in the subconscious is made with waves. And it is holographic in nature. And holographic record is very compact. And I don't know why our scientists know, but our science is at the level we describe what we observe. When the sleep switches between conscious and subconscious, it reads in the conscious everything that's recording during the day and sends it for permanent storage in the subconscious, where it is recorded on holographic principle in a very condensed form. Why our scientists don't ask the question, why? They know that the sleep is a constant switch between activity of the brain, they register this with an electroencephalogram, and activity of the subconscious, which is emotional activity, and it is registered with galvanometers. They don't ask why this is done. This is done to save in the subconscious everything that's recording during the day. And hypnotists know that all our life is recorded at subconscious level because they put the conscious to sleep to be able to reach the subconscious. And the subconscious tells them all that happened during the lifetime, and they look what caused the trauma, what caused the problem that the patient is getting. So they know that we have full records of our time, it's conscious. But our science somehow ignore what the hypnotists are finding. Another thing that the hypnotists are finding is hypnotized people with sleeping conscious can calculate at least 10,000 times faster, which speaks about what we must have a more powerful computer than our conscious computer at conscious level. We do. It works with the waves of the spirit. That's why it is quantum computer.
Thank you, Maria. Indeed, the study of the functioning of human consciousness requires an interdisciplinary approach and an understanding that a human is a more complex being than is commonly believed today. And it would be great if scientists begin to study not only the visible body shell, but also the invisible energy structure. Right now, scientists are using the tools that are available to them, including hypnosis. But it's worth thinking about how safe this tool is for a person. And it was said before, human consciousness in hypnosis takes all the hypnotist's instructions at face value as a guide to action. In the consumerist format of society, such a tool as hypnosis can be used to program a person to be negative, up to the point that a person hearing a certain word code can turn into a zombie. This is often used by various special services, turning people at the right moment into a controllable puppet. Often people turn to hypnotists when they are just too lazy to change themselves, just to work on the health of their bodies and to work on their bad habits. But of course, no one thinks about what they will pay for this later. After all, the person becomes dependent on the attitudes of the hypnotist. He essentially loses the ability to exercise his own will to change himself. Each of us lives by habits. Some habits benefit us, others don't. Think of how much effort it takes to change a habit or develop a new one. It takes one's own will and action over a long enough period of time. A hypnosis session reduces this time frame considerably, but in return, the person loses the ability to change themselves using their own personal willpower. In a sense, the person becomes dependent on the will of the hypnotist. He becomes addicted to the drug. After all, it's so easy, and you don't have to exert yourself. Hypnosis is the manifestation of the animal nature in a person in its entirety. His liberation from the mind and disconnection from the soul. Hypnosis is merely a function of the subconscious mind. In hypnosis, a person becomes what he is if he is completely overwhelmed by the animal nature.
A simple example, in the state of hypnosis, it is suggested to a person that he's a singer or an actor or an actress, doesn't matter, and he will sing. He will perceive himself on the stage. 100%. Personality doesn't give a damn. It finances all this. Why? It's not essential for it. These are details that it is uninterested in. But this is interesting to primary consciousness. So as a matter of fact, in this three-dimensionality, we are this major self, this little immature egoist. Why immature? Because primary consciousness is limited in its development. Up to the primary surge, so it is slightly smarter than a primate, but not more. It remains with the same beastly, that which predominates in us later on, you see? Primary consciousness is a mediator between personality and secondary consciousness. And hypnosis affects exactly primary consciousness. That's where all of these substitutions as well as suggestion and everything else occur. By the way, the placebo effect and a lot of other factors are hidden behind this.
And this is very interesting, because there exist such word combinations which are already deep-rooted. That subpersonality displaces personality, or say, what happens to personality?
Nothing.
It turns out that no one replaces anyone, right?
No one and nothing. If personality is undeveloped, well, personality is mostly, pardon me, undeveloped. Who engaged in development? How many people in the world know that they are personalities? Based on psychology and everything else, everyone will say, yes, I'm a personality, and so on. Well, another term. Our entire personality is locked on primary consciousness, more rarely on secondary consciousness, because dialogues arise in us there and the like. Meanwhile, even observing this chatter, these dialogues from the position of personality, we are not aware that we are personality, that we are the one who observes that, the one who finances it all. In other words, we don't understand who we are and what we are. We precisely live in displacement of this theatricality, of this foolishness, of this entire mess that takes place in either our primary or secondary consciousness. But for us as personalities it is, I'm just saying, neither name nor anything else matters. It's enough to bring in some command with a substitution, and we already perceive it as reality, because it's not valuable to us. But if a person develops spiritually, how does he develop? As personality. And here he begins to understand that his personality, he begins to live. He begins to live here, to live already as personality. Then he sees what consciousness is, how it plays around, he understands all this. Then he certainly sees that whoever comes and gets mixed with him, whoever wants to plug into his socket, what kind of gadget, subpersonalities or anyone else, there are so many of them in this invisible ocean. He will see and know it all, and will already choose and decide whom to finance and whom not to finance.
If a person is spiritually developed and his spiritual nature dominates over his material nature, he doesn't succumb to suggestion or hypnosis, because there is complete dominance over primary consciousness and control of the secondary consciousness. It turns out that all the energy of life goes not to the development of personality, but to the financing of primary consciousness. In fact, a person directs his attention to the illusion created by the hypnotist's consciousness without critical perception. Thank you for your attention. Elena, what do you think about this information?
Thank you, Oleg. The information makes you think. As our esteemed speaker said, human has the power to live more than 1500 years here in the material body, and most importantly, this power makes it possible to gain eternal life in the spiritual world. But we waste our lives on emotions, fantasies, resentments, meaningless desires, creating legends of phantoms that keeps pulling energy out of us throughout our lives. We are wasting what the highly evolved races in the universe are hunting for.
Yes, when a person realizes how valuable a resource he has, then responsibility arises for what he spent the power of his attention on. So here's a video of humans being held as slaves 25,000 years ago by a soulless civilization that hunts for the power of human attention. Has anything changed since then?
There is a power, the most valuable power in the universe. Humans are its carriers. Despite the fact that everyone has it in abundance, everyone tries to steal it from each other. The powers that be do everything they can to redirect that power toward themselves. This power is so valuable that 25,000 years ago the planet Earth was captured by a high-tech alien race of Apexians. They enslaved people for the sole purpose of stealing and taking from them this most valuable resource. What is this power that is so precious to all? Where is its source? That power is the power of our attention. The Apexians are a superior animal race. They possess great technology. due to their cohesion and collective intelligence. But they don't have a soul. In other words, they are very smart animals. But humans have a soul, which is a source of pure energy, the source of the power that makes up everything in the universe and the universe itself. The paradox is that people themselves do not understand the value of this gift. But Apexians are very aware of that. They are so aware that they travel hundreds of thousands of light years to capture what is given to humans simply by birthright. The total intelligence of Apexians far exceeds the total intelligence of humankind, because we people are divided, and until we people unite and become a civilization in the true sense of the word, we will be weak in every way. Only by uniting can we channel our most valuable resource into unity and creation, saving ourselves from future difficulties. And of course, we will be able to confront global space threats. The Apexians are soulless alien creatures, and in order to deceive humans and force them to voluntarily direct the power of their attention to them, they introduced religion into human society, and they called themselves gods, to whom people literally prayed. The power of attention is so valuable to the Apexians that those who invested the most attention and prayed the hardest would be exalted by them, giving them power over others, restoring their health and granting them earthly goods. This is where people have their genetic belief that if a person prays to God, then God must give him all material things he asks for in his prayer. The Apexians built specially shaped temples so that those who came to them would give even more of their energy. And it's not magic, it's physics. After all, the geometry of buildings is closely related to physics and has either cumulative or devastating effect. In those distant times, humankind was able to unite and ask for help from the Anunnaki, a superior humanoid race. The Anunnaki expelled the Apexians from Earth, freeing humanity from slavery, allowing people to decide for themselves how to live. But surprisingly, with the liberation from the Apexian slavery, the hunt for the power of attention in human society did not cease. People themselves began to invent different ways to steal it from each other, imitating their former masters. After all, religions exist to this day. Besides the material world with its cruel laws, there is the spiritual world. This is our true home. But people constantly forget this. And in order to restore the lost knowledge of the essence of human nature and possibility of spiritual development, messengers from the spiritual world and the prophets were sent to the material world. They told people how to control their attention, where to invest it, how to activate the infinite inner source of power, the soul, how not to be a slave and not to give away the most precious thing you have to parasites, but to grow and develop a spiritual being who has tremendous opportunities. This is why Apexian followers have always so zealously destroyed and distorted the knowledge that the prophets brought, so that people would not know the truth and would give all their attention to them, strengthening their power and authority over people. And people themselves would become the powerless dead and, at the end of life, turn into a subpersonality, expendable material. Despite such difficulties, everyone has the right of personal choice, and everyone decides for himself where to invest one's own attention, whom to serve and to worship. Don't give your life to parasites. Make your choice consciously. Live.
It's very sad that we see so many attention seekers among us these days. After all, we humans, unlike the soulless creatures, the Apexians, we have a soul, the source of pure power of Allat, and we don't need to hunt and seek to take this power from each other, for each of us can discover the source of infinite energy within ourselves.
Yes, exactly, Elena. Mankind is lucky that the Anunnaki responded to their call for help. They freed us from the slavery of the Apexians, and for 24,000 years, humanity has been deciding how to live. But have we completely rid ourselves of the legacy of the Apexians? Anyone interested in this question is invited to the Kaleidoscope of Facts Code of Gods on September 13th. For now, let's watch the trailer.
Do you know what this gesture means? What do the coin's gesture and the alien mummies found in Peru have in common? Why do people copy the greeting gesture of aliens, imitating them? After all, we copy those who we want to be like, those who we worship. Why did people begin to worship alien mummies? What don't we know about our real history? On September 13, 2022, watch the live broadcast of Kaleidoscope of Facts International Research Project, The Code of Gods. It's time to give the truth back to people. Initiated by the participants of Allat International Public Movement from Israel.
Код богов. Интересно, что это за код?
The Code of Gods. I wonder what that code is. Even the information that was announced in the trailer is shocking. I'm really looking forward for this episode of Kaleidoscope of Facts. So guys, join September 13. There are still a lot of white spots in the history of our humanity, which we don't even know about.
You're absolutely right. The power of attention is a tool, and it all depends on who's using it and for what. The history of our civilization is full of examples where the power of attention was used by people in power for the detriment of humanity. Unfortunately, it hasn't stopped even today. Robert, you have the floor.
Thank you, Alec. Greetings, dear viewers. As we have already understood from previous speeches, the power of attention is a creative force. Like any force, it can be directed both toward good and evil. In our consumer format, it is more for evil. There was a period in human history when the state tried to combine the work of many different institutions and to direct the power of attention of a huge number of people to creation of evil. And not just to direct, but to do it based on a deep understanding of the principles of our attention and the subtle and energetic interactions of our world. The results were impressive. And the name of the state is Nazi Germany. Hitler himself once said, "He who sees National Socialism only as a social and political phenomenon understands absolutely nothing about it." This is a key phrase. Let us try to understand Hitler's logic. It is important. After all, what Nazi Germany created in the scientific and technological field allowed, after its defeat, to shape scientific and technological trends for decades and practically form the current technological shape of our civilization. Without the Germans, nuclear research, there would have been no nuclear weapons, nor would there have been a peaceful atom. Perhaps there would have been no ballistic missiles or hypersonic weapons. The projects of the Germans, V, ballistic missiles, V1 and V2, or V1 and V2, and the orbital bomber Silbervogel marked the beginning of research in this direction. The bomber itself had to deliver nuclear weapons with weight up to 30 tons go into orbit, and ensure the destruction of the largest cities in the world. The list of inventions is long. There was medicine, television, and radar. But how and at what expense were the Germans able to achieve such technological advances? And the story about the history of mankind, where successive races of immaterial beings, Hyperboreans, Lemurians, Atlanteans, and Aryans, became in the future the basis of the entire Nazi ideology. The Austrian Guido von List, who was born in 1848 and died in 1919, who had a heavy influence on Nazi occultism, had a hand in this. His scientific work laid the foundation both for Anna Nerby's activities and created a particular worldview among the Germans. While Blavatsky spoke of the brotherhood of all peoples, Guido von List made the Germans the heirs of the Aryans, where the Germanic aristocracy performed the role of spiritual teachers and supreme magicians. The pra-Germans lived on the mainland of Artogaea, with its capital at Thule. They actively used the runes as symbolic writing, which carried in itself the occult meaning. The ideas of Guido von List found wide circulation during World War I. Many German soldiers believed that the Germans were at the highest stage of evolution, and they sent to List the runes they found in the trenches everywhere, as a sign of confirmation of the correctness of his theories. The future Führer of the German nation, Adolf Hitler, was also a follower of List's theories. But far more influential on the subsequent history of the Third Reich's technological successes was Blavatsky's assertion outlined in The Ice is Unveiled that through mysticism, one could obtain reliable knowledge that neither science nor religion could sometimes do. This statement, in the light of the fact that the sects of the Theosophy have made race theory a nationwide dogma for many Germans, becomes a guide to the emerging secret orders that in the future will form the backbone of Thule, Vril, and Anna Nerby. A note of caution is required here. Many secret societies are characterized by attempting to learn what others do not know through secret practices. Such were the Rosicrucians, who drew their knowledge from Atlantis, and such was the sect of the Kabbalistic Mohammedans, Dönme, of which Rudolf von Zebottendorf, the founder of the Thule Society, was a follower. The latter mastered certain practices of attention management, and being enthusiastic about the ideas of von List, he dreamed of bringing the future Führer of the German nation into the public eye. And such an opportunity presented itself to him in 1918, when in the range of sight of the society Thule got the Lieutenant Hitler, who was brought to a meeting of the society by the poet, journalist, and politician Dietrich Eckart. The latter accidentally meeting Hitler, who had tried to commit suicide after an unsuccessful speech at a rally where he was booed off, invited him to attend a Thule meeting. At the meeting, Hitler suddenly fell into the Führerisch fainting state. While in it, he shouted words about the greatness of the Germans, about the need for a new war. What the members of the Thule Society heard satisfied them more than enough. The decision was made. They formed the future new Führer, the leader of the German nation. The practice and preparation of Adolf Hitler for his new mission began. He was taught hidden knowledge, ways to influence the minds of people. But the main thing was homosexual practices. Their essence was simple: to raise from a minor demon a big one, which could subjugate the will of other people. One way or another, this ancient practice was also known in ancient Greece. Alexander the Great was also raised on it. It is at this point that Karl Haushofer, a representative of the secret society Green Dragon, comes into play. And from this time begins the history of one of the most effective orders in Nazi Germany, Vril Society. However, it is impossible to understand the history of the Vril Society without understanding the origins and essence of a much more global, most effective community, which was the Green Dragon. On the Allat TV channel in the recent past, there was a program research called Atlantis, the Elite in Search of Immortality, a study about a civilization that preceded ours. The level of its development far exceeded our level, which, however, did not save them from destruction. When the level of lawlessness created by it surpassed all understandings, it was destroyed. How it was destroyed is not the subject of this kaleidoscope. However, it should be noted that it was headed by El, a man who fancied himself a god, a man who had the all-seeing eye and the Vajra, the technical achievements of the previous civilization. It was from his name that the word elite, ingrained in our civilization, was formed. Those whom El know, his inner circle, Avalon and Elysian fields are from the same root. El believed that he was immortal because Atlantis science had long ago discovered a means of prolonging the life of the human body, which, however, did not make that he could not be killed. That's when the Order of the Green Dragon emerges as El's personal security service. Green means rebirth, eternal life, eternal spring. We see this color with the same meaning in our civilization on the dollar. Dragon, as well as serpent, have always been associated with matter. And it is the dragon as a symbol of consciousness that is the controlling system of matter. The Atlanteans knew many secrets. Their civilization actively studied consciousness and deeply understood that it is a controlling field structure and the brain is only a means of transmitting images. The Atlanteans performed experiments to bring people back to life 40 days after their death, successfully. But were they humans? Working with the consciousness opened many secrets. Its research allowed finding the proper methods of concentrating and controlling the surrounding reality. The fact that it was a way of magic and there would be a price to pay was of little concern to them. Despite all the twists and turns of subsequent human history, the Order of the Green Dragon survived. Over time, it also found those whom it could and should serve. By the beginning of the 20th century, the Order had an extensive network of subsidiaries to which, in one or another way, knowledge and certain practices were passed on. And a number of friendly individuals, like the same founder of the Thule Society. Haushofer himself became a member of the Green Dragon in 1909, when he was an advisor to the Japanese army. It was he whom the Green Dragon commissioned to form the correct view of geopolitics by the future Führer of the nation. Adolf Hitler, after the Beer coup, this task was accomplished by lecturing on geopolitics in Landsberg prison to Rudolf Hess, who was appointed deputy Führer in 1933, and to Adolf Hitler himself. But that would come later. And in 1919, Karl Haushofer received important information about the eminent medium Maria Orsic, who, according to her claims, managed to contact the civilization of Aldebaran and obtain schemes of flying machines based on new physical principles. Haushofer realizes that this is true. First, it fits what the available knowledge of the Green Dragon, and second, he understands the way how Maria Orsic obtained the information. She fits his plans perfectly. A member of the Nazi Party of Austria, advocating unification with Germany, a medium ready to do anything to see things through, harsh, beautiful, principled, slightly lacking understanding of her abilities, but the Green Dragon has techniques that can refine this beautiful gem to a diamond. Techniques for working with attention, or rather, working with it correctly. It all adds up. The future Führer is being pumped up in the Thule society that he is a potential Führer. Haushofer had no doubt that members of the Green Dragon possessed the technique of sneaking through, and one of the possible future scenarios talked about exactly that. But the future Third Reich needs technological superiority to win. All the Germans would not be enough to destroy all the armies of the world. This problem will be solved simply. The Germans in the future will have access to the city of the gods, Asgard, with its colossal library of knowledge, preserved from the civilization of Atlantis. However, the history of the future Nazis' search for Shambhala and later Asgard is a separate story. Let us note only that the first detailed description of Asgard was preserved in the minutes from Yakov Blumkin's interrogation by the Cheka OGPU investigator, who was the first to be given the opportunity of a sightseeing excursion. There are mentions of the huge Vajra, which can melt gold into gold oxide at temperatures over 5,000 degrees. There too are mentions of a superpowered weapon that was in a military base buried under the ice of Antarctica. But this is still the future. It is still probable. Only a little later will Haushofer take an active part in opening up access to Tibet to the Nazi through the capabilities of the Green Dragon and the Yellow Hats, the Tibet-based sister order of the Green Dragon. In the meantime, he realizes that deciphering the vast knowledge requires multiple clarifications, which can only be obtained through properly orchestrated contact with a more technologically advanced civilization. Haushofer receives the command to create the Vril Society. The newly created society includes representatives of the Lord of the Black Stone Order, the Black Knights, the Black Sun, structures under the control of the Green Dragon, and Maria Orsic. She was tasked with creating a group of 5 people: Maria Orsic, the medium, an assistant medium, and 3 supporting ones. After some time, the group was formed. Sigrun became the assistant medium, and Trotte headed the supporting group. Thus began the history of the real society. Under the real society, a company was set and sent to help the German industry refine engines and other construction products. The logic is clear. If the society can gain new knowledge, it may as well, through its capabilities, clarify the perspectives of certain products and their constructional disadvantages. In time, it is this enterprise that will legalize the society in German industry and create an operative legend of the traditional scientific approach. It should not be noted that Maria Orsich's group became the inner circle of society. Members of the previously mentioned orders performed protection, provision, and communication functions. All of them became the future core of the SS. Speaking of the SS, many people think that this unit was responsible for the personal security of the Führer of the German nation. That's a little different. The SS was responsible for party security. Strange as it may sound, but the function of the Führer's personal security was taken over by the Green Dragon organization. A representative of the order, known in Berlin as the man in the green gloves, was introduced to the Führer. The introduction made a lasting impression on Adolf Hitler. It was this man that the German Chancellor referred to in subsequent private conversations as a superhuman, as he experienced a great sense of fear and a desire to crawl into a corner upon meeting him. It was the man in green gloves who effectively countered more than 4 dozens, officially 42, attempts on the Führer's life. However, Hitler himself, who took an active part in the rise of the Thule Society, could also have done something. Although some of these attempts were organized by the Green Dragon himself, so that Adolf remembered who is the boss. You can't say that Hitler did not try to eliminate this control. He banned Freemasons in 1933, eventually banning the Thule in 1941, and other secret orders as well. The only legal way for them to exist was to participate in the Ahnenerbe, the mystical order of Nazi Germany itself. But what Hitler definitely could not prevent was the threat of his elimination from a distance. The acquaintance with Haushofer and his geopolitical doctrine, which involved the creation of the Berlin-Moscow-Tokyo axis, was reflected in his work Mein Kampf. In fact, this was the path that Nazi Germany followed. An alliance was offered to Stalin. The latter did not refuse, sending his authorized representative Molotov to Berlin. For the first time, the Nazi orchestra greeted Molotov with the performance of the Internationale, which was the absolute exception to the Nazis. Stalin and Hitler were already giving their zones of control. Something was going back to the USSR, India. Negotiations were going on about the USSR's control of the Bosporus, and in principle, with certain mutual concessions, everything could work out. But suddenly, the Green Dragon Order's understanding of the situation changes, and Hitler receives a command from the man in the green gloves to attack the USSR. It was unexpected. It completely contradicted Mein Kampf, but Hitler couldn't refuse to carry out the command. He was well aware of what the order was capable of. Thus began the Great Patriotic War for the Soviet people. And this is the reason for Stalin's confusion at the first stage of the Nazi invasion. It must be said that the Green Dragon supported Nazi Germany to the end. It is a well-known fact that in 1944, the streets of Berlin were flooded with Tibetans dressed in Reich military uniforms. They performed mystical rituals and silently died during the Soviet assault on Berlin. Many changed themselves to machine guns. Soviet soldiers claimed that it was these groups that put up the fiercest resistance. They did not surrender in captivity. Before they died, they performed some mystical rituals, apparently to ensure their rebirth in this earthly life. The man in green gloves himself died in this battle. The order of the Green Dragon was very powerful, but it still didn't take something into account. More precisely, its Tibetan and Japanese branches did not take it into account. This is the background of the creation of the real society. To be more precise, this is the background based on which this creation was possible. Let's return now to the members of the society and try to understand what kind of people they were and what they managed to accomplish. Thank you for your attention. I will give the floor to Anna and Elena, who will tell you more about this.
Thank you, Robert. That was very interesting, and in fact, physics and magic have always gone hand in hand. Apparently, what we call magic is a facet of physics not yet known to humankind. So, who were the major assets of the real society? The real society consisted exclusively of girls. The goal of the girls was to build a starship. They wanted to fly it to an extraterrestrial civilization that they contacted through channeling. The real's responsibility was to search for extraterrestrial intelligence and conduct research in the field of free energy. There is information about the group's plan to fly their craft to the Arctic and from the Arctic to launch it into space. It's easier for machine to reach space from the Earth's pole. As we have heard before, the real society was part of the Anunnaki. The inverted and modified rune bird was chosen as an emblem of the real society. The standard interpretation of the rune bird has to do with lost and still unknown information. Bird is a female rune. It is the gate, the door. In esotericism, it symbolizes transformation by obtaining a new knowledge, through which one begins to holistically perceive the world and see the essence of what is happening. All of these girls had incredibly long hair, because they prophesied the idea that the longer the hair, the more energy and information they could take from the surrounding space. The real girls grew their hair almost to the floor and wore it in a ponytail, which was very uncommon and sexually attractive at the time. This became a distinctive characteristic of most of the women who integrated into Maria Orr's group in the real society. To identify themselves, members of the real wore a disc with images of their two strongest mediums, Maria Orsic and Sigrun. The image on the disc is a double biofield of the medium. Judging by this image, despite long psychophysical training, it was impossible to maintain the performance of the channel on one's own. Toward the end of the World War II, the real followers were already identified by the Dikete chain emblem, which represented a mental circular connection of the real members, that is, the telepathic network. At first, the real society consisted of three very beautiful girls who looked quite similar. Beside Maria Orsic herself, They were her friends, Traute and Gudrun. Later, the group grew to 5 girls. The leaders of this group were the source of the most important information for Hitler's Germany. The first leader of the real society was Getty, who belonged to Rhenish industrial circles. At the time, Orsic was the leader of the direction of transmedial communications. Maria had a strong-willed character. She did not care about age, rank, or regalia when communicating with people. Orsic had a gift of seeing into the future. She was born with these psychic abilities, having inherited them from her grandmother. However, at first, she was afraid of voices in her head. Maria Orsic, sometimes her last name is pronounced as Orsic or Ortish, was born in Zagreb, Austria, according to another version in Vienna. Her father was a Croatian immigrant from Zagreb, and her mother from Vienna. Her grandmother was a famous medium. In Munich, Maria came into contact with the Thule group, and soon she, together with another girl, Traute, from Munich, and several of her friends, formed an inner circle of all German society of metaphysics, better known as real society. According to this myth, Maria Orsic's group acted as the initiator of the real society. According to other sources, Maria Orsic only created her group within the real society, but it was the mediums of her group who were the source of the most important information. Thank you for your attention, and I would like to pass the floor to Елена.
Спасибо, Анна.
Thank you very much, Anna. Let's talk about other participants of real society. Traute was born in South Tyrol. In the school, she met Maria, who also went to the boarding school quite early. She later lived in northern Germany, and then she came back to Vienna. At this time, she also received messages from Aldebaran, and she was instructed to contact Maria Traut. Maria and Traut understood very fast that they have a common goal, the path to the golden age. Nothing is known about the participant Sigrun except her name. Gudrun is the only girl in their group who had short hair, although I would like to point out that the length of hair does not affect a person's psychic abilities and ability to store energy. Today it is known that 2 competing groups have formed within the real society, the long-haired and the short-haired. The latter, led by Erika and Leonie, oppose the use of women's hair in biotechnological devices. The short-haired girls published a manifesto, Isai's proclamation, and withdrew from the real society. They created their own society, the Isais Union. Thanks to the archives of the short-haired, correspondence between the Isis Union and the real has been preserved, which is now used by German researchers. We should pay attention to the fact that in the materials of the real society there are no such words as occultism, magic or technomagic devices, but we are only talking about scientific developments. In December 1919, a small group of representatives of the Thule Society and the Society Lords of the Black Stone rented a small house in the woods near Berchtesgaden, Germany, where they went with Maria Orsic and Sigrun. Maria announced that she had received a mediumistic message written in a secret cipher of the German Templars that was unknown to her. The message contained technical information for construction of a flying machine, which came from the Aldebaran star system. It was, at that time, 68 light-years away from the constellation of Taurus. The extant document of the real society really mentioned that these telepathic messages came from Aldebaran. Maria Orsic recorded 2 folders of papers, one in a language written in Templar cipher and the other one in the incomprehensible language. Maria herself believed that the second folder was written in some ancient Oriental language, which she identified as Pan-Babylonian. These reports were taken up by the scholars close to the Thule Society, Hugo Winkler, Peter Howard Jensen, Friedrich Gerlis, and others. They figured out that the mysterious language was actually the language of the ancient Sumerian civilization that preceded ancient Babylon. Sigrun, along with members of the Thule Society, was able to translate messages from this language and decipher strange drawings of a round flying machine. Due to financial difficulties, it took about 3 years before this project of building flying machines began to be implemented. It was not until 1922 that the machine parts began to arrive from various manufacturers. All of this was fully paid by the Thule and Vril societies. In December 1943, Maria attended a meeting organized by the Vril Society at the seaside resort in Kolberg together with a girl named Sigrun. The main purpose of the meeting was to develop the Aldebaran project. The mediums of the Vril Society had received by that time all the exact information how to build a flying machine and the information concerning the inhabited planets around Aldebaran. Now they were going to organize a trip there. This project was discussed again on January 22, 1944, at a meeting of Hitler, Himmler, Schumann, a scientist professor of the Technical University in Munich, and Kunkel, a member of the Thule Society. It was decided that the Vril Hunter device could be sent through the extratemporal channel at superluminal velocity to Aldebaran. According to Rothofer's testimony, the first test flight in the timeless dimension took place in late 1944. This test flight nearly ended tragically because after the flight the Vril Hunter looked as if it had been flying for hundreds of years. Its interior planting looked very old, worn out, and had severe damage in several places. It is known that the main structural element of these flying machines was a red powder alloy, which is in a molten state was similar to mercury, but red in color. If you spin this red mercury at 7,200 rotations per minute, the disk with this mercury began to screen the gravitational field. While flying through an extratemporal channel at superluminal speed, the flying machine could be controlled only by a female pilot, and she had to be in a state of uninterrupted orgasm, because only in this state could a person control events while being in timeless space. The best pilot proved to be Sigrun. An interesting fact was that Maria controlled the machine mentally with a magnetic tape attached to her forehead, without traditional control levers. It is worth noting that the technical data which Maria received was used for creating other types of UFOs. The most famous of those was the Vril 7 Geist, which was built in Arada Brandenburg and flew in 1944. Maria controlled the Geist mentally with her abilities of channeling, and she did not need the headband that the Schumann made for her. Identical data would be used by the Russians to create their own UFO, which flew twice over Siberian Leningrad and explicitly disappeared from the face of the earth. In 1945, all the girls disappeared without leaving any trace. On March 11, 1945, a letter was sent to all members of the Thule Society, which was written by Maria Oshich and ended with the words, "No one left here." This was the last evidence of her group, and since then no one has heard from Maria or any of the other members of her group. It has been speculated that they all flew away in flying saucers, either to Antarctica or to Aldebaran. A few years ago, the German science magazine PM claimed that Hitler had ordered the construction of flying saucers at the end of World War II. According to the publication, a prototype actually flew, and there were a total of 15 prototypes. The magazine quoted eyewitnesses who claimed that UFO was marked with an iron cross, the symbol of the German army, and the machine was seen flying over the Thames in 1944. In addition, the Americans reported that their radar detected this flying machine as a potential danger. Meteor Maria Osich was repeated to have disappeared in 1945. Zebotendorf, founder of the Thule Society, committed suicide by jumping into the Bosporus. Most of the members of Thule and Vril came from the upper classes of society. After the war, many Nazi scientists were employed by NASA, where they contributed greatly to American space exploration programs. Thank you very much for your attention. Stas will tell us about the power of Vril, what was known about it in ancient times, and how it manifests itself in life. Stas, you have the floor.
Hey everyone, dear friends, thank you, Elena. The power of Vril has been used by people since ancient times. In different times, manifestations of this energy were called differently. In ancient China, for example, everyone knew that there was a certain force called qi. The word meant the breath of life. Energy, pneuma, the fifth element, the life force that makes the cosmos alive. Qi is a fundamental concept in the Chinese philosophy, and not only in Chinese philosophy. Qi is found in many cultures around the world. For example, in Japan, it was qi. In India, it is called prana or shakti. The ancient Egyptians called it ka. In ancient Greece, it was ether. In ancient Rome, pneuma for Native Americans, it is Great Spirit. In Africa, it is known as ash. And in Hawaii, Ha or Mana. In the mythology of the peoples of Oceania, the life force is called Maori. In Germany, it was called the Vril force. The term real power, is first given in the fantasy novel Vril, the Power of the Coming Race, 1871 by Sir Edward Bulwer-Lytton. This fictional concept was used by Blavatsky in her work Isis Unveiled, written in 1877. She argued that it was a real way of knowing reality different from scientific and religious knowledge. About what this power is, we offer to watch an excerpt from the program The Most Valuable Currency in the Universe with the participation of Igor Mikhailovich Danilov.
What is behind the power of Vril? What kind of energy is it? Well, I'm putting it simpler.
If you could.
There is the power of Allat. The power of Allat gives a person tremendous opportunities. The main opportunity is the attainment of life. And it is actually intended for a person to revive the power of love within himself, to direct it towards the spiritual world, and thus to acquire life eternal, right? That is, it gives rise to reciprocal love. This is the power of Allat, but it cannot be used in our daily material life. Why? Because using the powers of Allat in our everyday, three-dimensional material life converts Allat into anti-Allat. Our personality is capable of this.
Is personality this very converted?
Absolutely right. It is exactly personality, yes.
So it is sort of dual.
It is dual. It partially relates to the spiritual world and partially relates to the material world. That is why, when personality receives this power of Allat, or it's not Vril, it is Allat, it exactly converts it into anti-Allat, what they call the Vril power, okay? To which extent is this power, that very anti-Allat, mighty if we take it in its pure form? Well, if we take it in its pure form, let's put it this way. All the forces that exist today, all the energies that we know, and a lot of others that we don't know yet, are all nothing but a component of Allat.
In other words, electricity...
They are its electricity and whatever else, also combustion processes,
and gravitational,
gravity, and everything else. In other words, all kinds of energy that exist are nothing other than Allat. Excuse me, Allat moves the entire universe. It moves everything, even in our hand. Well, some people will say electricity, but electricity is Allat, right? Even tension in a spring would not work without the powers of Allat. Do you understand? So everything is anti-Allat. Well, it's just that, you know, how to explain it more correctly here. Let's suppose that we take crude oil, we heat it up, and we get different fractions, okay? I mean, pure gasoline, diesel, oils, and lots of other useful stuff. So each fraction is a different kind of energy formed from that very anti-Allat, or that very power of real. Therefore, with its help, you can do, excuse me, anything. You can blow up mountains and drill mines.
Yes, yes. It was described that this power is also electricity, and this is true, as you've said.
Lightnings.
It could be possible to drill super hard rocks, cure people,
of course,
and even somehow regulate climate in a region.
Don't they cure nowadays? I'll tell you more. What is a nuclear reaction? It's a release of anti-Allat. This is actually the power of real. Well, that's what he called it.
The term real means universal life energy, life force, or life magnetism. The space formed by the real forces was called the real matrix or the real space. Ideas, emotions, thoughts, archetypes, visions, dreams, fantasies are also objects generated and maintained by the power of real. The real space is also inhabited by other living beings with whom one may be in contact and make informational exchanges. The Real Compendium, Volume 11 of Vasilatas, provides the following algorithm for action. To exchange information in the empirical space with the auric body, it is necessary to find a certain place for information exchange. Having found a place, a person can make an information exchange with other living beings. To make a deal, a person projects real flows through his auric body and in return receives flows containing information. Information from this space comes in the form of gestalts. Gestalts are complete visual projections of objects. A person can break the whole image into smaller parts for a more detailed study of the object's functionality and construction with his attention. Natural real streams have a tree-like form. We can observe them during lightning discharges or on topographic images of terrain, veins of various fossil metals, human nervous system. The shape of mycelium at the visible level reflects the invisible movement of the real force. As we know, electric current runs along the path of least resistance, and lightning in a thunderstorm has a tree-like structure. Current flowing through a wooden plank also has a tree-like structure. But why such a form of current? How is the optimal route for current flow chosen? No one has yet succeeded in fooling electricity. Does it have intelligence? Nikola Tesla considered electric current to be alive. Powerful real flows have been found between the walls of rocky canyons, among boulders and trees, in and near certain caves. Flows from Earth to space and from space to Earth are also the movement of real energy. Ancient scientists erected pyramids, dolmens, and burial mounds at the places of natural manifestations of real in order to ensure a constant flow of this power. Among materials for interaction with the real flows, the best are iron, copper, carbon, and their derivatives. Other devices for interaction with real were massive metal poles in the centers of settlements, which archaeologists find in various places around the world. There is a surge of real energy whenever special star-planetary configurations connect in the night sky. Often, religious holidays are established on such days. Runes and writings have also been used since antiquity to interact with real and transmit information. In the 19th century, with the development of telegraph technology, specialists used anomaly zones with an increased flow of real to power telegraph apparatuses. As a result, the machine worked without external sources of electricity for decades. Thank you for your attention. Alexei will tell us about how this power was used for revolutionary technical discoveries.
Thank you, Stanislav, and greetings everyone. So, over the past century, science has stepped far forward. Electricity, aviation, chemistry, astronautics, and IT technologies are just a small list of industries in which tremendous breakthroughs occurred in the 20th century. Interestingly, often fundamental breakthroughs were made by one person, and the rest only built upon these findings. And such people are called the geniuses of our time. Their discoveries are far ahead of technological progress, but what is behind them? Hard work, innate talent, or something else? Well, to answer this question, let's talk about the great aviation designer, Roberto Bartini. It is a well-known fact that while he made a great number of fundamental discoveries in the field of aviation, Bartini was not able to do basic calculations. His contemporaries described that he could sit with his eyes closed for hours and then come back and begin to draw quickly, in great detail, his next discovery. And here's what one of Bartini's employees said. Bartini couldn't even calculate the simplest knot. He said he graduated from the institute and did not know how to do technical drawings. But he knew an incredible number of things outside of his specialty: literature, architecture, history. He played the piano, painted, and spoke many languages. Well, his machines were calculated and drawn by other people. Bartini just saw them. He sits down, closes his eyes, an hour passes, then another. Then he takes a pencil and draws, and he drew perfectly. It should be noted that he has over 60 aircraft projects that were ahead of their time, as you can see on the images that are shown on the screen. Well, for example, the model Steel 6 was able to reach 420 kilometers per hour, while its analogs at the time reached a maximum speed of 360, and 400 kilometers per hour was considered an absolute limit. Then there is a seaplane, Bartini Dar, which is in Russian, but it is a long-range Arctic reconnaissance aircraft. In late 1935, it was a flying boat with two 860 horsepower engines. And it was able to land on water, snow, and ice and take off from them. Paradox. Well, when developing complex structures, engineers conduct dozens of tests, bringing one single detail to perfection. But Bartini immediately issued the only correct solution without any tests. This means that he did not calculate the design, but received it in a finished and the only correct form. Well, similar facts are known about Tesla. During a casual walk in the park with a friend, Tesla stopped to sketch a generator that came to his mind, and subsequently he would spend a lot of time explaining how it works. Well, today, Tesla is known as one of the discoverers of the Earth's electromagnetic field, and he is the author of unique projects for producing the so-called free energy and transmitting it wirelessly to any part of the globe. But few people know that This brilliant man worked on anti-gravity projects at the beginning of the last century. In 1915, he wrote to the US Secretary of Defense, "My remotely piloted aerial machines, devoid of sustaining planes, meaning the wings, ailerons, propellers, and other external attachments, which will be capable of immense speeds and are very likely to furnish powerful arguments for peace in the near future." Let's watch a short video with Sergei Nikitich Maslobrod.
This energy is universal energy. The one that surrounds us is inexhaustible, but there is the law of conservation of energy. If something has departed, it means somewhere has arrived. You draw something from this powerful reservoir, but you yourself are like a transmitter. Which, by the way, I would like to remind you that Bacteria and the great scientist Tesla also spoke about. And he also said that he was a transmitter. He was a genius scientist. He did such things. And he said he was a transmitter. And he created these works of his, these devices. He first mentally designed them, held them in his head in the form of phantom, launched them, and parts were spinning around, rubbing, all that stuff. He sees that something breaks, I'm changing a part, and he mentally changes everything, improves the device, and then he gives the final drawings, build the device. Everything works, and there is no need to test it. Where does this method of vision come from? He said that he was like a receiver.
Thank you, Sergei Nikitich. This is a really interesting and effective technique. In Germany, they knew about the possibility of obtaining free energy from the surrounding space. And this is what German scientists called the magical term vril. I would like to emphasize that Bartini and Tesla did not discover anything. They only received knowledge in exchange for vril, thanks to the tunneling practice which they were taught in the same educational institution. But tunneling is just one of many practices that allow you to work with the real energy. For example, the Third Reich occult community of the same name used special practices to accumulate this power and then exchange it for drawings of flying saucers and much more, which we heard about previously. And attention is the most valuable thing a person has, and it is the most valuable currency in the universe, for which one can buy any information from the system. But what is the price of such deal? Is it even profitable for us humans? Let's watch a fragment of the program with the participation of Igor Mikhailovich Danielov.
Igor Mikhailovich, if we take the real society in particular, the information which they obtained, is it information that they bought from the system, or is it a connection with aliens?
Certainly. Tatiana has just said the main thing. They bought this knowledge they retrieved, drawings and many other things, by paying for them with Allat and converting it into anti-Allat. It is indeed a very valuable exchange fund, so to say, or what to call it more correctly. Well, it is actually the most valuable currency in the universe.
Igor Mikhailovich, is this magic or not?
No, it's not magic. Any magic is based on anti-Allat, let's put it this way, but there is a tremendous difference. They worked in a group, using certain practices. The practices they used were Tibetan and Japanese. Let's say they used techniques and methods from the Yellow Hats and the Green Dragon organizations in order to achieve this result. But if we translate all of this into finance, it would be as if they used two banks, so to say, in order to pay for what they received.
Interesting.
Thus, they paid with their lives for the information they received.
in order to understand from whom the Vril Society bought the drawings, let's watch another fragment with the participation of Igor Mikhailovich.
And who was the Vril Society in contact with? If we put it simply, with those who...
Many people say, is it possible to contact the Anunnaki?
It's impossible to contact the Anunnaki.
Impossible.
Why? Because the Anunnaki, they are almost pure Allat. Almost, I emphasize. I'm not saying pure, but almost. Why would they need your anti-Allat?
Why would angels need your attention, so to say?
Absolutely right.
They want you to direct your attention,
to your development.
yes, to a good channel for every person.
That's right. As for the Apexians, they, on the contrary, would give anything you want in exchange for attention. Well, if it is sufficiently and properly generated, and the transmission is correct, you see? Not like in a joke. Dear friend, he says, I haven't received the letter where you asked me to send you money. You know, if everything is lost at the moment of transmission. So...
All right, Igor Mikhailovich, but in order to buy something from the system, you should know what you want to buy.
Yes, first of all, you should know what you want to buy. Secondly, you should obtain this currency, concentrate it in a sufficient amount in order to buy what you want, and properly impart it. Then you will get what you want.
The art of bargaining.
Of course. Bargaining and everything else. How can it be otherwise? After all, pardon me, this is the material world with beasts in the literal sense of the word, real beasts. It's just that they are very advanced intellectually.
It is important to remember that the representatives of the spiritual world and those who serve them do not need Vril. The system, on the other hand, desperately needs it. The system exists as long as the whole universe exists from the beginning of its inception. It is constantly learning how to cheat because the only way to overfill its tanks with energy is to trick animate beings and force them to give their power of attention to it. That's why trading with the system always occurs only in its favor. And the fate of people who try to satisfy their megalomania by exchanging their lives for knowledge from the system is unenviable, both during their lifetime and after the death of their physical body. Oh, after all, if you are unhappy in life, full of unfulfilled desires, then how can you be happy beyond? And thank you for your attention. The result of the work of various occult societies to increase the technical progress of Nazi Germany can be considered a case that occurred in 1947, 2 years after the signing of the official document on the surrender of the Nazis. And to tell you more about this, I pass the floor to Jason.
Well, we have some difficulties with Jason. Thank you. Hello. In one of the videos of Allatra TV, Igor Mikhailovich Danilov proposed a project for connection with extraterrestrial civilizations. And not just for connection, but for getting quite specific information of technological nature, which is so necessary in our era of instability and global changes. The basis of the project, as one might easily guess, is the deepest understanding of the physics of our world, and especially its subtle material energy part. It must be said that the foundations of this understanding are laid out in the report Primordial Allatra Physics as intelligibly as possible. However, human beings, that's how they are constantly gnawed but doubts, is it possible in general? Let's answer right away. It is possible. And here's why. The origin of the technological breakthrough of the Third Reich was the information obtained by Anna Nerby in Lhasa, where the Tibetan monks opened to them an access to the manuscripts in the underground city of Asgard, and the activities of a group of women led by Maria Orsic. All materials on the creation of flying machines based on new principles, as well as the archives of Anna Nerby, went to the victorious state, though in different proportions, and are still not known to the public. It should only be noted that the aircrafts were constructed and were fully operational. So what proofs of the existence of the flying vehicles based on new physical principles exist in the official sources? In the official monthly magazine of the Navy established by the Russian Federation USSR within 1947 and 1948, materials relating to the US mission High Leap in Antarctica were published. Another solid piece of evidence is the archival materials of the USSR KGB Research Institute of the Orion Project, case number 83-154-965, which addresses a similar mission, but this time of Soviet submarine cruisers. However, one of the best experts on this issue is Leonid Ivashov, retired Colonel General, President of the Academy of Geopolitical Problems, who established a research paper, The World Turned Upside Down, where all these issues are studied in detail based on the saved materials of the KGB in the early 90s. And there was also the testimony of German submariners from the Führer's personal convoy who surrendered to the Argentine authorities. In May 1945, the war with Nazi Germany ended and the world breathed freely. Joseph Stalin received documents about Adolf Hitler's suicide, on which he happily wrote, "He had it coming." However, by the end of summer 1945, the situation had changed. Smersh discovered the information that Nazi Germany in 1938 and 1939 in Antarctica created Base 211, called New Berlin, and located deep under the ice in the territory known as Queen Maud Land, Antarctica, New Swabia in the German interpretation, and that there existed Führer's special convoys where the best submariners of the Third Reich were selected. It should be noted that these submarines did not take part in hostilities, although they had the best technical characteristics, which could only be surpassed by nuclear-powered submarines. During the occupation, Americans were unable to find thousands of leading specialists, either among the living or the dead, in the territories they controlled, and the submarines themselves from the Führer's personal convoy were neither sunk nor found by the Allies. Only 2 of them surrendered to the Argentine authorities. The fate of the others remained unknown. The specter of a new world war loomed before the Soviet leadership. And Führer might be alive, and thus a rebirth of National Socialism might occur. The pilot charts found by Smersh clearly indicated routes, dive degrees, and other important details right down to the lunar tides. It turned out that New Berlin, the proper name of Base 211, was somewhere in the area of subglacial Lake Vostok, where the subterranean rivers had cut a path through the ice thickness which the convoy submarines took advantage of. In accordance with the order of the People's Commissar of the Navy, 3 submarine cruisers of the K series, 14 K-56, K-53, and K-51, with underwater guiding charts, were sent to the area of the Queen Maud Land for reconnaissance purposes. We will not describe in detail this campaign. We will only note that the mission was impossible due to the action of UFOs, more precisely, of submarines of a new type, apparently belonging to the remnants of the military forces of the Third Reich. In any case, the Soviet leadership was 100% convinced of this. When, on arrival in Antarctica, the Queen Maud Land, the cruiser K-56 tried to find passage to the New Berlin. The devices of the cruiser detected the movement around it of about 10 unknown objects moving at a speed of 66 knots, which is 3 times more than the speed of the cruiser on the surface, and over 10 times when underwater. As it was written in a memorandum signed by Comrade Merkulov, People's Commissar of State Security of the USSR, to the Central Committee of the Communist Party of Bolsheviks, attacking the objects was not possible because of their abrupt change of trajectory underwater. For the new mission, it is necessary to engage the appropriate forces of the USSR Navy and to solve the question of a combat operation in this location with the involvement of the Allies' Navy. The appropriate forces were engaged. Most likely, the attempt, reconnaissance, and possibly seizure of Base 211, which the Soviet Union was of concern to the United States leadership, so they made the attempt alone. More precisely, their navy. In 1947, the High Leap expedition was organized with an aircraft carrier, 12 other ocean-going surface warships, 1 submarine, and 25 combat aircraft. More than 4,000 personnel with a 6-month food supply. Powerful naval squadron for a long, autonomous action. On board the aircraft carrier, there were also representatives of the British Secret Service and geographers, researchers. On January 18, 1947, the squadron set out on voyage. Arriving in the Queen Maud Land area, the expedition began to fly over the area and photograph the sites, having managed to take about 50,000 aerial photographs. Admiral R. Byrd himself flew the reconnaissance mission. The submarine, under the cover of guard ship, attempted to approach the entrance of Agartha, a designation on German pilotage charts, in an underwater position. But suddenly the squadron was attacked by flying vehicles of strange appearance and extraordinary capabilities. These unidentified objects looked like discs or helmets of the British military. They emerged from the water at breakneck speed, moved absolutely silently, and with beams of red light literally cut in half the fighters who tried to attack them. An allegedly declassified transcript of the testimony of the head of the mission, Admiral Byrd, before a U.S. Congressional Commission of Inquiry has appeared on the U.S. area of the Internet, stating, "We need protection from the speedy and highly maneuverable fighters of the Germans active in the polar latitudes. We cannot confirm the veracity of this report." That's the Internet. But proceeding from the general logic of what is going on, and relying on former Soviet sources, which, unlike the American ones, have been to some extent declassified and, most importantly, documented, let us still assume that the squadron could well have been attacked by flying discs from the German base to 11. Personnel were subjected to an unknown atmospheric phenomenon which caused mental disorders up to turbidity of consciousness. One destroyer was sunk, an aircraft carrier was severely damaged, several aircraft were destroyed. Official American press, however, reported about drastic change of weather condition, as a result of which the squadron having lost Murdoch destroyer, 13 aircraft, and about 40 servicemen, according to some sources, 68. They had to return to the coast of America. The US authorities preferred to forget about the expedition, taking all the participants to sign a non-disclosure pledge. Note that the attacking objects, neither in the first case nor in the second, sought to destroy all the ships, cruisers of the expedition. Probably they understood that revenge to the winners, with the subsequent attraction of wider attentions to themselves, here is irrelevant. They were simply protecting the entrance to their new home, the defense of this entrance by flying machines, which appeared, thanks to Maria Orsik's ability, was apparently the best option. As for the fate of Maria Orsik, it is as mysterious as Maria herself. It is known that she was categorically against the presence of the paramilitary group Schutzstaffel, SS formation, in the Vril Society, who wanted to use Maria's main ship for military purposes. It is known that in March 1945, she sent a note to her correspondents with the message that there aren't any of us left here. What she meant by that is not known. Most likely, the entire Vril team relocated to the base 211, and who knows, perhaps the brilliant pilot Sigrun was piloting the machines which took the Admiral Byrd expedition and the Soviet cruiser by storm. Who knows? Or maybe they managed to fulfill the original plan and were able to launch to the constellation of Taurus. Who knows? Thank you for your attention. I give the floor to the host. Елена?
Спасибо спикерам за такую интересную информацию.
Thanks to all the speakers for such interesting information, and it's interesting. Are there anyone under the ice of Antarctica right now? Why don't they make contact with us? And what are their plans for humanity? As we see, the power of Vril is multifunctional. It is said that people use this power as a rule for destructive purposes, but power is power. It is a tool with which we can achieve many things, both in technologies and in development of society and its unification. We can build a new world, beautiful and safe for everyone.
Ты права, Елена. Интересно, что в современной науке уже накоплено достаточно фактов.
You're right, Elena. It's known that we have a lot of facts in current science, and we know that human can influence our world. The examples of this influence in different spheres, Jonathan will tell us.
Hello, thank you, Oleg. Continuing on the theme of how human attention can affect matter, we will talk about the research, recorded cases, and experiments that confirm this fact. One such a case occurred in the last century. Academician Boris Zolotov conducted an interesting study. A girl with diabetes learned to lower her blood sugar levels by investing her attention in an image she associated with the disease. Sensors recorded 8.9 millimoles per liter before the imaging process, and after the session, the girl managed to reduce it to 7.7 millimoles per liter. I suggest you to watch the video following. We are talking about the fact that thought affects material objects of the surrounding world. Well, it is clear that it affects each other. We affect each other. There is no doubt about that. So by means of attention, we transmit our energy, our bioenergy to the surrounding space. We can focus it also on some object, and then, of course, we begin to interact with that object. You see, the process of learning is not just reading a book, right? It's a process of interaction with the object, and when a person studies something deeply, he penetrates into this object. That is when this interaction takes place, and this requires energy. So we can explicitly say that attention, the process of paying attention, is the process of transmitting one's biological energy to some object. Concentration of attention is the turning off of all external factors. What is deep meditation? It is the process of concentrating one's attention when a person plunges completely inside himself or connects with some spaces of the noosphere, and for him the external phenomena do not play any role. And he may sit in the middle of the busiest crossroad in the city and meditate, and it won't have any effect on him. So, scientifically speaking, there is what is called sensory deprivation. This means that at this moment, when the person concentrates on some object in earnest, his perception of the entire surrounding space is completely turned off. It is clear that the subcortex reacts to everything, but the person sees nothing, does not notice anything. Any energetic influence, be it healing, working with sensors of some kind, the influence, say, on the surrounding space, water, or anything else, this all is primarily a concentration of attention. And control of attention is the first step to control one's own consciousness. And then, as we've also mentioned, we can influence the material world around us with our consciousness, so we can cause various effects. Thank you, Konstantin Georgievich. The power of human attention can be illustrated by the following example. In 1881, the ship called Lara was sailing from Liverpool to San Francisco. While the ship was far from the shore, a fire broke out on it. Captain Neil Scurry and his wife and 2 daughters were among the sailors who abandoned the ship. The nearest land of the wreck was 2,000 kilometers away. After a while, the supplies of fresh water was exhausted, and the people in distress began to experience the agony of thirst. Some became desperate, some went mad, some fell into a stupor, and some tried to pray. All of them were destined to perish. But after 3 weeks of painful wandering across the sea, the shipwrecked men managed to shore safely. When Neil Currie was asked what had saved their lives, he replied, "We were dreaming of fresh water." Somehow, in that state, we started to imagine the water around the Digny going from blue sea water to greenish fresh water. I mustered my strength and scooped it up. And when I tasted, it turned out to be fresh. Researchers at Princeton University have discovered what physics cannot explain and have continued to prove it for several decades. They have been studying the effect of human intention on random events generators. Scientist Dr. Roger Nielsen, who was directly involved in these experiments, will talk about it.
I think of attention as a kind of directed form of consciousness. So if I choose a certain aspect of the world to look at and to listen to, I'm giving my attention to that part of the world. In our experiments in the laboratory, when we said, we asked people to try to change the behavior of a random number generator, we said, this machine will produce a sequence of numbers. Actually, we collected 200 bits or 200 samples every second, and we made a sum of the 200 bits. The sum of 200 bits is expected to be 100 because half of them on average should be 1 and half should be 0. So we asked people to get numbers that were higher than 100, or asked them to get numbers that were lower than 100. And the way they should do that, they thought, and we also agreed, was to give their attention to this machine sitting on a table a meter or two away, no wires connecting them, but giving feedback about how the numbers are going. So we asked people, pay attention to this machine and give it your attention, intending that it produce high numbers now. And then we had another condition where we'd say, now produce low numbers. So you had to change your attention from getting high numbers to getting low numbers. And people were able to do that. As I mentioned before, they weren't always successful, but they were successful often enough and persistently enough to produce highly significant statistics, showing that the attention we give to the world makes a difference in the world. We have many, many, many millions, or actually it's many billions of neurons, and they are connected to each other in the sense that they can transmit information from one to the next, and from that one to the next. I think that we are, each of us, we are in the center of a huge influx of influences from other consciousness. Otherwise, this business of global consciousness wouldn't make any sense at all. And those of us who are paying attention to the experiment, we know that there's pretty good evidence that it's a real kind of thing. Consciousness connects us to each other and to the rest of the world through our vision, through our hearing, through our various senses, but also through our internal mechanisms of consciousness. I haven't said that very clearly yet, but what I mean to say is that beyond the senses of vision and hearing, we have also a kind of understanding, like the understanding you get when you read something. Nothing really happens except that you see these marks on a page, and they get transferred visually back into your brain somehow. And your brain, because we have learned to read, our brains are able to say, I'm reading about a wonderful walk through the woods written by David Thoreau or something like that. You know? And it isn't an objective thing, but this idea, the understanding that I'm reading, or what I'm reading about, is a walk through the woods. It becomes part of our experience, and that's because we have consciousness of a certain, very highly developed kind. I think it's important to understand that consciousness exists in many forms, at many levels. People who are very serious about these kinds of philosophical questions will say, consciousness is everywhere. Consciousness is actually the background against which everything else exists, or it's the matrix out of which everything arises. And that's a little bit hard for most of us to understand, but it's not a stretch at all to say my dog, whom I love and who loves me, is conscious. It isn't the same kind. He can't read, and he can't talk, except in a way that only the people close to him actually understand. And the same with other animals of various, sizes and shapes. People become friends with animals. And I read long ago something that impressed me deeply. This was about an American Indian shaman who was talking about consciousness. He said, even this rock that I'm looking at on the ground has consciousness, and we have to accept that. and understand that we are not alone and we are not the only form of consciousness there is.
Thank you, Roger. These are really interesting scientific facts confirming that human beings are able to influence matter with the power of their attention. Maria Kuman, professor at the Institute of Integrated Studies in the United States, will talk about the power of attention, or, as they say, the power of belief.
What is the power of faith? Indeed, many years ago, the Russians had research done. They suggested under hypnosis, which put the conscious mind to sleep to access the subconscious. They, in a state of hypnosis, they told this person that he is genius piano player. And he was quite mediocre piano player. After this suggestion, he was so convinced that he is genius piano player that he played the best of all his playing. And when they measured his biological currents, they were 500,000 times stronger. This is the power of faith. 500,000 times stronger. So that's why the Bible says only the believers are blessed. If you are a believer, you have access to this coefficient of increase 500,000 times. If you are not, you don't have it. So attention can do miracles. We call them miracles because we don't acknowledge the fact that we are material, body, and spirit. They come from the spirit. They are miracles. What is the spirit? The spirit is very weak field. 1,000 times weaker, as I said, than the electromagnetic field created by the material body. And how this weak field rules and regulates everything in the body, that's what I found. It rules and regulates with the information it carries. It is informational field. Only now when we started trying to make quantum computers, we started speaking about informational fields in informational science. We are very much behind because we refuse to believe that we are body and spirit. If we would acknowledge the spirit, we would know a lot more about the informational fields, and we will not have problems making quantum computers, which will be supercomputers. As our subconscious computer is a supercomputer, the conscious computer is nothing comparing to the treasure that we have at subconscious level. Placebo is you believe that you are going to be cured of what you take. 56% of the people get cured with nothing because they believe what they were given really will help them to heal. Man means man of the creator hue. If we name ourselves humans, we need to know the value of human life. And the value of human life comes from the spirit that comes from hue. When the spirit leaves, the material body is an empty shell. If we don't understand the value of human life, we don't have the right to name ourselves human. We will be only material body, without spirit, without emotions, without compassion, without ability to love. I am always saying that if you don't have what to give, give love. Love is such a thing that the more you give, the more you have.
Thank you, Maria. Continuing with the subject of placebo, I would like to give an example which took place in 1957 and was described by the psychologist Bruno Kopfler. One of his patients was suffering from terminal cancer and had only a few days to live. But he really wanted to live. He asked his doctor to inject him with a drug called crebiosis, which in fact could not overcome the tumor. Without knowing it, but believing in the power of the medicine, the patient managed to be cured because his desire to live was very strong. However, a few months later, when the subject read an article stating that crebiosis did not cure cancer, the disease returned to him. This phenomenon was repeated several times. In the end, he still died. This case shows that a person can not only cure himself, but also ruin it. Everything depends on steadiness of intention and choice. Let's hear from Konstantin Korotov, PhD, about the placebo effect.
The state of our body is largely a state of our consciousness and our brain as a whole. And a person can suggest himself that he is healthy or that he is sick. And when a person is sick, he can change the work of his body with his consciousness. Because their body is a self-adjusting, self-organizing system. But you have to give it an opportunity. You should not interfere with the body's self-organization. It is necessary to follow the dictates of your body, the signals it gives you. And then, indeed, you can be in a good state, awake, energetic, and live such a good life for many, many, many long years. And the placebo is just that very indicator that shows a person that, yes, I can get better. And so to speak, a person starts to treat himself with an internal process. And this little pill is just a kind of a trigger, which triggers the internal process in a person. And this is now generally recognized in science. The number of examples is unimaginable, and the most difficult diseases, up to and including cancer, can be cured this way. The way you tune yourself up, the way you behave and hold yourself in this life, that same way your body will respond.
Thank you, Konstantin Georgievich. In the 1970s, Jack Schwartz from Holland astonished researchers in many laboratories in the United States with his ability to consciously control internal biological processes in his body. In research conducted at the Menninger Foundation in the Neuropsychiatric Institute, University of California, as well as in other laboratories, Schwartz led doctors to marvel when a 15 centimeters needle pierced his arm through without any sign of bleeding or pain, and without generating any brain beta wave. This type of brain wave is normally generated when one experiences pain. Even when the needle was removed, Schwartz's arm still did not bleed, and the needle marks were well healed. In addition, Schwartz could arbitrarily change the rhythm of his brain wave, extinguish cigarettes against his skin without causing burns, and even held burning coals. He claimed to have developed these abilities when the Nazi concentration camp, having had to learn to control pain in order to withstand a brutal beating. In 1947, the Dutchman Marin Danjo demonstrated something similar at the Corso Theatre in Zurich. Danjo's assistant stabbed him through with a sword, hitting his vital organs, but causing neither pain nor harm. As with Schwartz, no blood was visible when the sword was removed, only a pale pink stain instead of a wound. After noise in the theater, the Swiss doctor Hans Nagli-Odrot became interested in him. He became aware of Danjo's unusual abilities and asked him to take part in a scientific study, to which Danjo agreed. After a series of investigation, Dr. Nagli-Odrot described the case to the German physicist Alfred Stettler, who, in turn, described it in his book, Psi Healing. There are many experiments on this phenomenon, and we could cite them all. But from what you have just heard, a conclusion can be drawn. Our attention is a very precious resource. It's energy which can affect matter. And if it can do that, it means we have the tremendous power. The main things is to learn how to manage it. Thank you for your attention. I give the floor back to the host.
Thank you, Jonathan. We have the power of attention to affect matter, and this fact is proven by science. But we use that power every day, all the time, often without noticing where we are spending it. Although there are those who purposely use this power to gain material benefits. Nowadays, such a phenomenon as visualization has become popular in the world. What it is and how it works, let's look into it. Marina, you have the floor.
Thank you, Oleg. Yes, indeed. Many people are interested in visualization. So what is it? Visualization is concentrating attention on images that a person wants to realize in reality. Martha Pritula, an art therapist from Ukraine, will tell us about how visualization works.
I started using visualization before I even heard this word, and later I realized that this tool is called visualization and how it works in life. This already came with the awareness when I began to study art therapy and understand the mechanism of its work, and why in some cases it works and in others it doesn't. Visualization is the ability to draw pictures in your imagination. All of us actually do visualization. We just don't track it and are not aware that it's visualization. When some not very positive events happen to us, and if you pay attention, especially everything that is related to fear, or for example to your illness. Now, I'm studying in depth the topic of psychosomatic diseases and their correction with the help of art therapy. So when a person falls ill or presumes that he has some kind of an illness, his fantasy, his fears begin to blow up this disease, that he's just about to die from this disease. And this is also a kind of visualization for the fulfillment of the picture that a person imagines. It all depends on the density of the field. What is the density of the field? It means when many people have a similar intention. In the air, so to speak, this density of the field was created by people, and I join this density of the field, and this picture can come to life much faster. So a negative density of the field, unfortunately, is much stronger than the density of the positive intention. When this awareness comes, our task is to understand that this is just one of the options, and I can create my new intention of my healthy body, my healthy organ, and my future life. There were situations in my life when it worked. And when I had it seemed to me that I had such a special goal, and I put so much effort in it, and the space seemed to be against it, and there were a lot of obstacles. Visualization does not work without actions. In other words, from the fact that we only imagine pictures and attract these pictures, we can even attract this picture, but we will not be able to recognize it, due to the fact that we have not taken any actions in that direction. The second important point is to voice your visualization, to voice it with like-minded people, sometimes just voice into space. My greatest lesson is that to achieve something is possible, but to keep it, to expand oneself, to have this inner capacity in order to have something to fill and maintain this cup, this gift, this dream that has come, also needs our development in this. There are still a lot of false dreams, not ours, imposed by society from the space. And a person looks at something, like a child. I want the same, although I have a green bike at home, but I want a red one, which I don't have. He follows this false path and wants that red bike, although he has a green one at home. It is very important to study yourself, to be able to hear your inner self. The tools of art therapy, the tools of creativity help in this when a person calms down and begins to hear what he really wants. You begin to think more clearly and focused. What effective things I can really do? Those ones which will bring me closer to my intention, to my action. Everything is born from a dream, from a desire, even if people use other kinds of tools. There are results that I got. So I dreamt of a house. I live in a house. I dreamt of children. I asked for a long time, since 2005. I dreamt of having a son. After 15 years of dreams, he came into my life. It happened when I already didn't press and didn't hold on to my dream every day. When it seems to you that you let it go, when you really let it go, I let it go and decided that it wouldn't happen. It wouldn't come true. All the events around me were arranged in such a way that it wouldn't happen. But when I said goodbye and let it go, that's when it happened. So they know. The soul wants you not to have such dependence on a dream, a tie to a dream. It wants you to be free. It wants you to do it and be free inside. We have a tool for this. This is our body, so that we could implement everything through actions, through ordinary actions. Therefore, you simply begin to attract certain events to yourself like a magnet, and the space itself helps, begins to attract. It is like a magnifying glass in the sun. You start to increase and keep increasing. Ordinary, banal actions are required. Without these actions, faith is dead. And visualization is dead, and everything is dead, no matter how important and necessary it can be. There must be actions. Concentration, the power of attention, means action. Visualization, the power of attention, means action. When there are these two things, there must be an action as a consequence. The clearer our intention, our dream, the clearer visualization, whatever it can be called, the more focused the center of our attention is, and the more vague the state is. So why should you write your wishes, your intentions every day? To concentrate your attention, to focus your attention by some specific mechanical actions. It is very important to track yourself. How is my attention during the day? Where is it? Different techniques are advised. To put a hair binder on your hand, set an alarm clock to check, do I remember my goal, my picture? Am I there? Where is my attention? Where? Where am I? I watched the news and I was already distracted. I was already in a different direction. I was deeply touched by the story of some of my loved ones, and my attention, my all energy already flowed there. So attention is energy. How directed is the focus? And that's why there are reminder techniques to keep track of yourself throughout the day. Where does my attention go? How much time am I actually in harmony and concentration with my goal, with my intention, with my visualization? It's a very interesting process to track yourself. It turns out not so much time as we think. And our state always depends on something, but it should depend on us, and we must be conscious controllers of our state. To have tools to be able to become the owner of our state again. A human can control nothing but himself. He can keep focus and attention on pictures, but he cannot control the date when these pictures come true. He can keep focus and attention on those pictures. He can expand them, fill them with his attention, but to control in regard to the clarity and quality, it's only his state that he can control. The most important thing is to figure out which pictures are mine, from my field of spirit, and which are imposed by the mind, picked up from the space, as I said, false pictures. It is very important to get rid of those pictures so that they do not take our priceless vital energy, priceless life force, which is measured out for everyone. We do not have such an eternal earthly life, and we don't have a whole eternity. Another 500 years ahead to do everything that we wasted half our lives on, 40 years of our life, some spent 30 years, but it's okay. I still have time. Now I understand everything. I still have time.
Thank you, Martha. There is a very clear understanding that a person has no control over anything but himself, but we can and should control what we spend our lives on. To better understand how visualization works, let's understand what happens in our brain when we draw pictures. A scientific article by Victor First, Thought, Experiments with the Conscious and Unconscious, describes what happens in our brain when we mentally concentrate on a desired result. It has been established that the brain does not separate what happens in the imagination from what happens in reality. When you remember something or imagine your future actions, the same chemicals are released in your brain as in the real situation. Your brain behaves the same way, whether you are experiencing the event in reality or just imagining it. According to Hebbian theory, recognized in neuroscience, neurons that fire together wire together. By imagining the future, you create new neural connections in the brain that help you think and, most importantly, act differently. In particular, visualization stimulates the reticular activation system, an area in the brain that acts as a filter of information and allows you to notice only what's important to you. Concentration shapes our neural reality, or reality refracted through our own nervous system. Neurophilosopher Olga Duda will tell us more about this.
Neural reality is actually what we are in, because it's what we process with our neurons. It's our old neural connections and new ones, and the ability to create those connections. So, in neural reality, there is no time. I emphasize that all the time. There is no past, present, or future for your neural system. It moves according to slightly different laws. For example, if you had a huge trauma in your childhood, and you're constantly playing it out in your inner world one way or another, and even trying to transform it, you still constantly think about that trauma. Then for neurality, you are in the past, through that focus of attention, so to speak. For it, this is your life, your reality. So you will simply not notice most of the processes in the present. Let me put it a little differently. For neurality, it's not the time lapse, but the intensity that matters. Where there is more intensity, meaning more focus, there is reality, and you are there. Now let's consider this with another example. You have a dream, and you live with that dream every day, every hour, every minute. You cherish it, you see some kind of weight to it. You put a puzzle to a puzzle, what or who can help you with it, and so on. It means you increase the intensity. And it's not just a mental process. I want to emphasize that for neurorality, intensity, meaning your attention, is connected with all of your components. That is, the aspiration of the body gets excited, or some adrenaline comes out, or it just turns on strongly when you are thinking about your dream. There is a feeling, perhaps sensation, precisely to the information that is closer to your dream, and all mental structures boil, in one way or another, around this theme. This is your focus of attention. And as it is intense, for neurorality it's real. And all the energy, everything that is happening inside you and around you, because all your situations will sync up with what you have inside, will consequently work as one big boiler that boils your dream. This is why the focus of attention is not just words. It is a tool. Where it is directed, your neurons are working there. Neurons of your relatives are also looking there, and they add their resonances there too. Situations in the space are formed accordingly, and you get what you would really like.
Thank you, Olga. We ourselves shape that reality in which we live, either consciously or not, but everything that happens to us is the result of our choice. Where we have directed our attention, that is what we have got. This proves once again that a person must learn to control their attention. Let's watch a video with Mina Won, a certified visualization expert from the USA.
For me, visualization is putting an image into your mind, an image of what you want to realize into your life. Then you imagine it in your mind. Lots of things that we can use to visualize is the vision board. I guess you have heard about the vision board, that people do their mapping on their vision board and they see every day. And I have my vision board home, and I cut the magazine and the photos that I can print, and I put it on my vision board, and I look at it every day. And when I get into the meditation, I try to visualize what I want to manifest, and not interfere with anything else but that. And but sometimes it's tricky too when I am too much concentrating on my visualization or the image that I want to manifest. It won't happen. And I realize that when we are too much concentrating on what we want to manifest in life, we can go to the other side of the stick. Apart from meditation and vision board, write it down. Writing is very important. When you want to manifest something, usually I write down everything that I want in my life. Either is down the line a few years from now or now, and write down with the feeling. I'm writing down my grateful sentences every morning.
Thank you, Mina. A very important point is, first of all, a person must answer this question: who is he and what is his or her goal? As you have said, we all want freedom. But do these material desires, in which we have invested so much effort and attention, give us freedom? Do they really make us happy? Let's listen to Anna from Romania.
Greetings, my name is Oana Paicu, I'm from Romania and I work as a probation counselor. I mostly work with offenders. Today I'll speak less about my profession and more about the topic of our conference. namely the power of attention and the way we use it in our daily life. From my personal experience of working with the law of attraction and the way to use this power, it is clear that in the beginning there was no conscious control of attention. So before obtaining or learning particular information in this regard, I, just like everyone else, used the power of attention unconsciously. I had great strength of will. It was a very strong will and very good ability to focus my attention on something that I wanted. There's a great difference between focusing your attention in the sense of programming certain actions to obtain something. For example, I want to pass an exam, and then I learn everything that needs to be learned and do my best to get a good result. But it's quite another thing when I'm thinking for hours, visualizing what that exam would be like, how it will happen, what questions I will get, and how I will answer them. There is no single current, but all of them are based on this idea, the law of attraction, and focusing of the power of attention, a very organized and systematic work to get material benefit. Okay, in the light of the new information, I started to apply those techniques, from visualization in my mind up to the creation of those tools on the board. When you cut out some pictures from magazines, let's say, and you glue them on the board, or the cultivation of that very feeling that you've already got that thing, the removal of negative thoughts regarding the desired result. Me being a very disciplined person, I use those techniques pretty well, but not for a very long time. I don't think it lasted longer than 2 or 3 weeks because I felt extreme fatigue and a feeling of energy depletion. So every time when I was doing this sort of visualization, I felt I was making too much of an effort and it was very tiresome and something was wrong. So on an intuitive level, I clearly felt it was wrong. So eventually, of course, I gave it up because it was very tiresome. But the mindset somehow entrenched itself, and I noticed that indeed I was paying more attention to what was happening in my daily life. That was the positive part of my experience, in the sense that I saw and realized what thought patterns I had. At least a good point that I acquired from this experience is the ignoring of negative thought patterns, to the possible extent, meaning the thoughts that lead to negative consequences. Later, after I came across the teaching and the knowledge of Allat, I had this revelation that the law of attraction does exist, but the important point is that it must be used in a completely different way. Human mind has quite a limited ability to see solutions, because it always takes into account only those variables which are familiar to it, while a big amount of other variables may appear out of nowhere. From my personal experience, I also noticed that when an uncontrolled desire became obsessive at some point, where a certain fear couldn't be controlled, even if at this moment an emotion, a negative emotion or a desire emerged, and consequently the energy, even thoughts could not be stopped completely, while I managed to observe them from the side, that is, to treat them from the position of the observer, then over time the effect weakened greatly, in the sense that the negative scenario was not realized. There is another thing I've noticed. Material benefits that you get from using the power of attention, as in that wrong way of visualization, obsessions, desires, and so on. Even if you get what you wanted, you get it with side effects. So at a particular moment, you understand that something that you had really wanted and eventually got came with a context or with some side effects that you didn't want and certainly didn't need. Now, in my professional life, the evolution of the people I'm working with, again, somehow reinforced my conclusions based on my personal experience. They go hand in hand because the great majority of people I work with, 99% of them, do not have this information. They are not aware of the power of attention or its impact. I mean offenders and their families, the people I work with. It's clear that these people are part of the huge population that uses the power of attention unconsciously. And then they fall under the same patterns that we all know. Negative thought patterns in most cases, destructive and self-destructive ones, because these patterns are more cultivated in life. Thus, they take deep roots and strengthen. I've noticed a lot of directives, mindsets, let's say, like in computer software, in the people I have worked with, namely the negative mindset towards themselves and people around them, or society, blaming others for any personal failure, the belief that evil somehow wins and it's useless to fight it, a very strong identification with one's thoughts. No matter what comes to mind, a person thinks that he generated that thought or that emotion. And in these conditions, it's very hard to work with such a person, if his belief is very strong. Because it's very hard for him to take the position of the observer, as every person has certain directives that keep repeating. Every person has certain directives. They are not numerous. These repetitive patterns always led to the same result, meaning to the same life experience, which in turn also repeated itself. While a person didn't notice it at all and didn't make any conclusions, continuing making the same judgments of value regarding that experience. I'll give an example of a woman who has toxic relationships with the opposite gender, who has been abusing her. Somehow she keeps getting into relationships with aggressive men. This aggressive behavior is not obvious in the beginning of the relationship, but it develops with time. So in the beginning there is nothing hinting at such behavior. The man behaves very nicely later in the beginning, and later when they are together, jealousy and aggression appear. Such a person may have 3, 4, 5 relationships of such kind and would learn absolutely nothing, thinking that it's just my bad luck in life. I'm quoting here. Yes, it's a profound negative and destructive directive without even a slight understanding of why she attracts exactly this kind of person. So this attraction was on a subconscious level and was the result of how she used her power of attention for a long time. It's clear that the roots are deeper and older. Probably in her childhood there was a trauma and aggression, perhaps connected with her father or another adult, which generated this thought pattern and this attraction on a subconscious level. But the thoughts that followed later in her grown-up life and the directives that she developed strengthen and fix this pattern of behavior. Because no matter what kind of experience we take from our childhood, this experience is not controlled. The child cannot control his experiences and relationships with the people around him, especially with adults. But if this experience is later not analyzed and correctly worked on, then destructive patterns will be more powerful and they will be much harder to control. People have repetitive thoughts, emotions, and life situations, but unfortunately they don't see their interconnections. This is an observation from my own practice. The great majority of crimes and cases of violence are committed at the moment when a person loses control over his or her emotions that he or she is experiencing at that moment. I don't think they are even aware of their thoughts. The great majority don't remember what they were thinking at the moment because everything happens very fast. But emotions, being more intense and stronger, are usually remembered. The power of attention is actually an energy, pure energy. It is very much related to the quantum physics. With that experiment of the transformation of the wave into the particle, the transformation of the wave into the particle through the power of attention of the observer. When there is no observer in the experiment, the wave remains a wave, meaning pure energy. The particle represents and means materialization of this energy, which means that we, at the soul level, actually generate this pure energy. It comes from the spiritual world, and the way we direct our attention to that wave makes it materialize one way or another in the material universe, in the septonic field. There is another point here. Why do I say that silence is better than any thought? Because regardless of whether the thought is negative or positive, materialization will occur. So the thought will automatically have the effect of materialization of the wave, pure energy. And if there is no need for that, is silence not better? Because then we save this pure energy.
Thank you, Anna, for sharing your experience. Visualization is only a tool, and it's up to the individual to choose what and how to spend the given resources. Maybe it's not too reasonable to spend your life on what you can get with real actions in the material world, using your body and consciousness as tools to get everything you need. So, let's watch an excerpt on this topic from the video Energy of Life with the participation of Igor Mikhailovich Danilov.
Why? Some people succeed in visualizing some material benefits, while others do not succeed, even though they spend exactly the same amount of time. The frequency of investment of your attention, in other words, this is magic, my friends, real magic, for which a person is deprived of life. And why is he deprived of his life? Because he wastes his power. This is indeed magic. In order for you to get a desired result in this material world, you have to cast away all other thoughts as far as possible. You shouldn't disperse your attention and should focus it precisely on the point of a desired object. For instance, if you desire a house, you must see it clearly. You must live in it, down to the smallest detail. Tell me, is it worth it? Do you want a house? Earn money and build it. If you don't have such an opportunity, do not fantasize. That's a simple example.
After all, when you take action, a completely different kind of energy is spent than when you dream.
When you spend power physically, or when you calculate something, you spend prana. Whereas when you dream, when you invest attention in a fantasy, you spend Allat. The difference is crazy. That power you can restore, for example, after having a rest or something else. Well, generally speaking, prana is also a reserve of, so to say,
fuel.
It's a tank of gasoline that is given to you for your entire lifetime. Nonetheless, its consumption actually provides for all our life circumstances, except for the sinful ones. While a fantasy is a sin, in other words, you should not fantasize, like playing a computer game, right? Meanwhile, we engage in that. We talk to someone in our heads. For instance, you have touched upon the Olympics, right? If a person is keen on sports, if he enjoys sports programs, he will definitely put himself on the podium. For sure. I mean, he lives the life of those who are shown on TV. He looks at this image, the image of an athlete or someone else, and he literally deprives himself of this vital energy, of this very power of attention. Why? Because he really invests in his fantasy, which should be invested inwards, meaning that which can give life. And he doesn't turn it to God, but gives it to the devil. Well, I'm speaking in religious terms. You mustn't give to the devil what you should give to God. There is something different for the devil. This very prana, this very stock of vital energy, which is actually enough for 800 years, or even more, while we burn it out within a very short period of time. So give it to the devil, share it. It is that silver which is intended for him.
Nowadays, there are a lot of books and movies with the titles creative visualization. We suggest looking at the examples of Anya, who kept a visualization diary, and how exactly her wishes came true.
The book is in a form of a bookmark where a date was indicated when you're planning to achieve a dream, then the bookmark already achieved and a big fat tick indicated when you achieved it.
In other words, it's a template that you fill out.
Yes, it's a template. You should paste a picture in it for visualization, at which you should look, imagining that you already have it all. And then you write down in real time what exactly you want. I had a dream. A lady with a dog. Since I had no children, I wanted to take care of somebody. Well, so I wished for myself a Yorkshire Terrier dog, with all clothes, with all that stuff. I paid for it. At that time, this doggy cost a lot of money. And I waited until it grew up to a certain age so that I could take it home. My desire came true. The joy was overwhelming. On wings, I flew at night for this doggy. It was very far in a totally different city, about 6-hour drive. I came there and they said to me, "We're very sorry, but your doggy has died." But thereafter, of course, the dream came true. Is there a dog? There is, but where is it?
Can you give any other examples?
To give some other examples, well, just as simple. I wrote down in my book, I want to have a long white mink fur coat. And I was presented exactly with that long white mink fur coat. Here it's written that it was November 2011, it was already cold, and I went to a concert in the palace, Ukraine, in this fur coat. And when I returned to the clock room to take my fur coat by the ticket, it wasn't there. So, do you have it? You do. Has the dream come true? It has. What claims can you have?
It was given and then taken away.
It was given to me and then taken away from me. Have I had it? I've touched it, I've felt it, that's it. The next dream that came true in such an interesting form from me was marriage. By this age, such a fear had been drawn already that I was older and nobody needed me. If I'm already...
How old were you?
25. I was 25 years old and I wanted to get married as soon as possible. Not just get married, but get married right away. I was in a relationship with one person at that time. However, I married someone else, but very similar in appearance. Meaning the picture worked in such a way that I married not this person, but another one with an identical appearance. I married a prince most girls dream of. It was exactly the dream.
A prince of some country, right?
Yes, a prince of some very rich country. And when I looked at it all, it really came true. But I married not this person who is now here with me in my dream. I had always wanted, when I was visualizing this picture, I remember in details what I wanted. I lacked this, male courtship. Beautiful, kind of unearthly. It pictured in my head like in some movies. I wanted candles, romance, something incredible. And when I met my current husband, he was actually doing it all for me. He loaded me with flowers when I arrived, met me in a limousine and paths of rose petals. Also, I married him. I really ran to a faraway land, and I really got locked within 4 walls. Here you are, nobody can call you, nobody can talk to you. You wanted to run away from everything, now you have it. Here is a box for you. Live, exist. You wanted this freedom, you have it. I took you away from everything worldly. And now I understand that my wish was fulfilled. You wanted, you received. Thus, every desire fulfillment in this game which I had entered ended up with something negative, with some very distressing outcome.
So the system gave it to you and then took it back.
Yes, it took back 3 times more.
Thank you, Anna, for sharing your life experience and being honest about the consequences of playing with visualization of wishes. In the popular movie The Secret, its characters talk about how they achieved success through visualization. However, not many people know the flip side of this and how the lives of the main characters turned out to be afterwards. After all, you have to pay for everything, especially for what you have received for free. Thank you for your attention, and I give the floor to Elena.
Спасибо, Марина.
Thank you, Marina. We are broadcasted live on many streaming platforms with simultaneous interpreting on 17 languages. As we continue our kaleidoscope and look at the topic of desires, a question arises. Why sometimes our desires are fulfilled in a completely different way than we imagined and not when we wanted? Their fulfillment brings us a lot of problems. Why this happens and how the magic of wishes works, Marcela will tell us. Marcela, we give you the floor.
Thank you, Elena. Good evening. Now we have talked about visualization. After all, it is visualization that is actively promoted in society today in various literature, in films, in psychology, in sports, healthcare, business, even in schools and kindergartens. Many of us, one way or another, have encountered the phrases visualization for success, visualization of a parking lot, visualization of a deal in business, or for example, what is also a very frequent phrase, so let's imagine what if. Many people would say, oh come on, it's all rubbish. I keep on dreaming and dreaming, but get no luck in love. Things are different in life. Yes, my friend, and that's true. It all depends on how much attention we give to this or that desire. If a person dreams about it from time to time, he forms an image or a phantom, and that phantom will constantly feed on his life energy. But let's say a person has dreamed a little, just occasionally, and hasn't put enough attention into this image by the standards of the animal mind system. That's why the system does not give it to him. The system takes life away, but the desire is not fulfilled. After all, if you think about it, a human simply dissipates his attention during the day to anything, like 2 billion things, 10,000 things, games and arguments in his head, dialogues in his head with someone, and so on. The huge amount of our attention is spent on watching our favorite TV series, TV shows, movies, talk shows, and then we get sucked into social networks. How can you do without watching YouTube or TikTok, because it's through these soap operas, movies, and TikTok that the life energy goes out of us like down the drain. Has everyone felt a surge of energy after getting sucked for an hour or two into the screen of our phone, TV, or some other gadget? No, it's just a loss of energy and an emotional background that was embedded in the content you were watching. And then the characters from the movies and the videos we watched haunt us in thoughts and images in our heads for a long time. Is it worth it? The animal mind system constantly 24/7 on the hunt after human life energy. So when there's a lack of concentration of one's attention on what is desired, the desire often does not become reality. It's only in one's mind. My friends, did you know that visualization is one of the basic elements of magic? Yes, you heard it right. It is visualization, creation of image, a human putting his attention into the image, visualizing it in detail, gives it his life force. Let's say revives it. From the dead, it makes it alive. But this happens only at the expense of our life energy, at the expense of our life. And does it worth it? Have you thought about the consequences? What makes a person wishes control? Let's watch a video with magicians who have dedicated their lives to magic. What do they know about it? What is attention and what is its value?
The power of a person's attention is above all the power of concentration.
Yes, attention plays a huge role in life in general and in magic in principle, because the success of rituals, in fact, depends on our attention. Because where our attention is, there is our energy as well. We must concentrate all of our attention on the intention, on the ritual, then it will be successful.
There is a popular expression, where focus goes, energy flows, and where there is energy, there will be power. I think human attention is a very material thing, and that object where we put it to, where we direct it to, resonates, feels this energy directed to it. And that's actually why rituals work. This is why our intention of something works, and the effectiveness of rituals directly depends on the amount of personal power of a human.
Your attention should be completely focused on the pouring off. Then it will be good and there will be 100% result. And generally, it is the same with everything in life. If we reduce our concentration, if we pay our attention on some extraneous things instead of our work, then of course our work, either magical or any other, will be not of high quality. This is why everything depends on attention. Attention concentrates our energy.
Where our intention is, changes happen. If there is no intention, nothing will happen.
Our attention directs the flow of our energy. The point is that entities from the invisible world are attracted to us, to our bad qualities of character, dependencies, bad habits, the love to some pleasures. And when we direct our attention again and again to this dependence, we drain energy there, and thus we feel the entity that is somewhere near us, and it prompts us to direct our attention there again and again. I mean, everything is really very interconnected there. That's why I recommend it. You pay attention to positive, good things, not to negative things. Don't watch disturbing programs, news of that kind, because people develop a dependence on this with time as well, and it also attracts entities.
Attention in magic is probably one of the key abilities and one of the key aspects. The power of attention is important to the invisible world precisely because we interact with them in one way or another. And again, if we concentrate on something bad, we attract entities. So a person has problems at work, he starts drinking, for example, and entities begin to be attracted, and then again, like a snowball, everything accumulates, piles up, and either a person copes with it by switching his attention, or simply goes into a swamp, so to say.
This power of attention, is it important for the invisible world?
Very, very important, because I guess they come to us exactly to get it. It's the energy we feed them. They help us and we help them. I think it's a mutually beneficial cooperation.
If a person is fixated on something, he will concentrate his attention on it. If it's a problem of some kind, then the person will concentrate on his problem.
We direct our attention again and again to something that causes our anxiety, and so the circle. We drain energy there, we feed the entity. Everything is simple.
It's getting stronger, and it's even harder for us to get rid of it.
Yes, even harder, and we experience that fear. In the nutshell, we immerse ourselves into that fear, and it's harder to disconnect.
Where the attention is, there is our energy. Where our energy is, the situation unfolds there, and the whole world is after our attention and our energy.
Марсело, мы вас не слышим.
Марсело?
Hello, I'm here.
Marcelo?
Hola, aquí estoy.
Да.
Do you
Can you
hear
hear
me?
me?
Да, мы вас слышим сейчас. Да.
Yes, we can hear you well. Okay, please proceed.
Let's move on. Esa fue la frase clave. El mundo entero
Okay.
está
That was the key phrase.
nuestra atención y nuestra energía.
The whole world is hunting for our attention, our energy. So, does magic exist?
Y
And
funciona gracias a
what does
nuestra
it work
energía.
for?
El mundo invisible ayuda a una persona a conseguir su
Yes,
deseo.
it exists. And it works by our energy, at the expense of our energy. The invisible world helps a person make a wish come true, but it takes away much more. It takes away our life. Yes, you heard it right. A human pays with his life for all of his desires, no matter how big or small they are. But a person can realize his desires and fulfill his desires on his own. It is most beneficial for them, because when he asks for help from the invisible world, those entities which will help him in this fulfillment of his desires, he will be forced to pay off for them. And as a rule, they usually charge a very high fee, which is not favorable for a person at all. He will pay much more than he would pay if he would put his own efforts and real actions to fulfill their desires. Magicians themselves say that these entities with whom they interact have, if I may say so, a sense of humor. If the request about the desire is not formulated clearly, but in general terms, then it will be fulfilled at their own discretion. And as a rule, the person who made the order doesn't always like it. So the invisible world also has a sense of humor. To wish, and then the discretion of the system to get nothing, or to get it, but in a highly distorted version, which clearly doesn't suit you. Always remember this: a human pays with his life for what he desires or orders. And it doesn't matter whether it's a tasty candy when you're hungry, or a luxurious mansion, or a yacht. You have to pay for everything. Human attention is very valuable. Not only we humans hunt after each other's attention, but so do those who live on the other side, the invisible side. They're exactly those who can facilitate not only the fulfillment of human desires, but also the emergence of those desires. And both of these entities simply can even manifest physically. But why do they do this? Why do they need to appear metaphysically? The answer is always simple. They need the energy of life, that is our attention. We all know firsthand about paranormal manifestations, like objects start to move around in space, or we clearly feel someone's presence, we hear strange noises that no one could make at a given moment of time. So, all in all, in other words, all kind of devilry takes place, and people can't call what's happening in any other way. Now, I would like to pass the floor to Daniel Barrios, so that Daniel, as a researcher in the field of paranormal manifestations, share with us his observations and insights on this subject. Daniel, you have the floor.
Paranormal phenomena exist. Moreover, today we know this for a fact. The fact that a person then shoots a video makes a montage, in other words, a movie. I call it that way. That's another matter. We try to work in enclaves seriously. We try to control that there is no noise pollution. We work at night because of the quiet, not because it's scarier or there is more tension in the enclaves. We go when it's quiet, so there is no noise pollution, like I said, for better control. All of this is part of the methodology by which we work, and it concerns the apparatuses we use. But those voices, those entities that we have seen, felt, perceived, are located in enclaves that we find ranging from castles, cities, abandoned villages, palaces, and so on, to your own home. First, there might be, for example, 5 of us in the enclave, and whether it's a companion, a passing entity, a soul trapped in this place, only 1 or 2 of those 5 people will be in the spotlight. They will hold the focus of this light manifestation here. Those with whom this paranormal phenomena wants to interact, these entities, spirits. We can call them by different names, just generally speaking for our understanding. But there are indeed times when we, after experiencing many manifestations, without considering the adrenaline rush or the tension in the enclave, we return in exhaustion to our machines. There are times when nothing much happens, because it's not at all that you come to enclaves and you always manage to register 50 paraphonic, psychophonic manifestations, or you see 4 entities and you have 4 sheets recorded on a video camera. No, it takes time, and patience. And that said, only 1 manifestation can happen all night. Or you'll think you've only heard one voice, but you don't even know what was answered. Then you go home to the lab, you do your forensics, and you get 10 recordings. Out of the 10, 6 for you are grade A, triple A as I call them. That is the kind of crisp voices, the way you and I talk. But when you were in the enclave, nothing seemed to happen. And you don't know why. But when you get home, before you get in the car, you talk to your colleagues and everybody realizes you are all completely devastated. I believe that energies can absorb energy, both from physical people and from the devices we bring to enclaves to try to get some kind of evidence. Let me give you an example. A castle in a villa, with a research permit that I requested and we got it. And here we were in a conference room in the castle. A very large room, a very large table. And our colleague asked to please tell him what was the landing to go up to the upper floor. We had a light sensor. It lights up if some kind of energy passes, because we are energy, both, those who are here and those who are not in our plane. And that flashlight was asked to go off, that motion sensor, and as soon as the question was finished, the light sensor was turned on. It was not turned on again all night long, only in those moments. There are moments when there are 3 candles. You ask for the middle one to go out, and the middle one goes out instantly. I think that kind of details. 10,000 words for me are intelligent, because I can't say it's coincidence. Coincidence 1, 2, 3. But when there are different enclaves that you go to, different people, there are often inexplicable phenomena. Well, maybe instead of coincidence, we are talking about causality. And this causality is more and more demonstrated every day. We were in the morgue room, in the crematorium. With the lights off, we stood in a circle and asked a question into space. And as we asked the question, I felt a hand on my right arm. And it went down like this to my back, where my shoulder blade is. Putting my hand like this, pressing slightly, squeezing a little bit, and then going down to the back of my scapula. I was silent, because when these things happen directly to me, I am silent. I don't know why, but I stay quiet and see what happens next. And so imagine this happening. I'm silent. But not a minute goes by. The girl in front of me, although we were in the dark, but I knew roughly how we were positioned, how we were standing. So the girl across the street suddenly starts screaming in the dark. We turn on the lights. What's going on? What's going on? What's going on? She says, what's going on here? I've been touched. Who touched me? She starts looking left and right. Her boyfriend was on her left. My friend Gonzalo was sitting on her right. She lit a candle and looked in disbelief at both one and the other. Whether it was her boyfriend or not, she looked at everyone with disbelief. And when we asked her, what happened to you? Take a breath, calm down. Now please tell us what happened to you. She answered that it appeared that someone had touched her. Someone had touched her. I asked, can you please tell us how they touched you? See, there are things that are beyond explanation. Somebody puts their hand on my right shoulder, squeezes it a little bit. And this girl describes the same thing. Look, I noticed they put their hand on my right arm, on my right shoulder, and brought it down to my shoulder blade. Oh my God, it happened to me less than a minute ago, and it was so clear. And the evidence was so clear that this girl said, look, I can't. Please take me to a hotel and I'll come down there and go to bed. I can't stay here anymore. And it was such a phenomenon that if I had said it a minute earlier, perhaps the girl with this tension, this fear, this compulsion, yes, auto-suggestion, would have experienced even more, because I would have told her about what I had experienced in those moments. And although I would have said something that was not happening to her, her psyche could have recreated it as if it had happened to her. But because I didn't say anything, and the fact is that the exact same thing happened to her, some entity did it to me. It did the same thing to everybody else there. And it, the entity, did it to the girl as well. What could it be? Maybe she was the center of attention. Why not? We don't know 100%. We get messages, but we never know 100% what the other side looks like. The most important thing, at least for me, or the most interesting thing, is that every day through experience, it becomes clearer to me that not everything can end in this world. I consider that we are all energy. Those of us in our physical plane as well as in the astral, in other planes of existence. So energy is neither created nor destroyed, it is only transformed. So I consider that we are energy, and what we try to interact with, or whatever is in this plane, in that other plane, and also wants to interact with us. To me, in general global computation, we are all energy. We are all souls.
Thank you, Daniel. Attention is the energy of life. And since shadows, invisible beings, do not have their own source of power, do not have a source of life in themselves, they are forced to look for it elsewhere, wherever it is present. And exactly this source of life, the energy of life that is being hunted for, only a human being has it. And it is this energy that shadows and invisible beings feed on. A human, unlike animals and other beings, has a soul. The soul is the portal through which the life force flows to the personality of a human being. A human being radiates life force, and depending on where he directs his attention, that is where this vital flow is directed. That is why these beings do everything possible just to tear off a bigger and fatter piece. As we have already seen today, it is not only a human being who runs for attention, but also these invisible beings. The invisible world exists, and it, like the ocean, is full of invisible life. Thank you for your attention, and I give the floor to the hosts.
Thank you, Marcelo. Thanks to today's kaleidoscope, we see what a huge power lies in our attention. Now it's clear that magic also works through a person's attention. That's its secret. But it is important for people to understand that by using magic, they lose twice, because they waste their inner energy and money. The fulfillment of desires in this way always has negative side effects.
Yes, Elena, I agree with you. Another, one of the biggest points of expenditures of a person's attention is the dead. You ask, how so? Every religion, every culture, every nation, in one way or another, has traditions of memorializing, commemorating, honoring the dead. Honoring the dead. Who benefits from this and what is behind these traditions? Why do we live and give so much attention to the dead? I suggest to watch this video.
What do you think occupies the living most and is of great importance to them? The dead. Do you think it is not so? While thinking about them, we are communicating with them. While thinking about them, we are spending time with them, continuing to live by their interests. We take this baton from our parents and hand it to our children, and it has been this way for centuries. We are not even aware that the dead surround us everywhere and have an impact on the living, in the names of the streets and cities, in sculptural compositions in squares, in the world's museums and galleries. We don't even notice that the dead are present in our homes. What is behind this? Who needs it? The veneration of the dead resumes every time humanity shifts to a consumerist format of society. Having begun with the Sumerians, the tradition of honoring the dead was very pronounced in the time of the pharaohs, who immortalized their names and images. Then the representatives of royal dynasties began to imitate them, and it became a tradition. And today we put photos of the dead on monuments. The dead surround us everywhere, even on money. So what secret did the pharaohs know? And what don't we know? And what do all those in power subconsciously imitate? The pharaohs knew that when a person died and became a subpersonality, a hungry spirit, they need the attention of the living to feed themselves, and to let the energy of attention flow to them and nourish them. A person must know their name and image, and put his attention into them. And the attention of a human is vital energy, and is meant for a human to acquire immortality during his lifetime. But the point is also that all the dead serve the system. And it is profitable for the system that the living remember the dead. What did the scriptures say about this? In the New Testament, in the Epistle to the Hebrews, it is said, just as people are destined to die once, and after that to face judgment, no change in a human spiritual state is possible after his death, either by himself or through the efforts of others. The Bible teaches that a human has only one life, and that his afterlife fate is defined while he is still alive on earth. Matthew's Gospel. Another disciple said to him, Lord, first let me go and bury my father. But Jesus told him, follow me, and let the dead bury their own dead. What is said about remembering the dead in Islam? It is narrated from the words of Abu Martad al-Ghanavi. Reported the messenger, peace and blessing of Allah be upon him, said, "Do not pray facing graves." And the Quran says, "Do not ever pray over any of them who dies, nor stand over his grave. They disbelieved in Allah and His Messenger, and died in iniquity." Islamic Mutazilism firmly maintains that it is actually useless to pray for the dead, because everyone has made his choice while alive and is responsible for it. By giving our vital energy to the dead, we deprive ourselves of the chance of eternal life. As it turns out, the world is ruled by the dead, and it's all about attention. As the monk Simeon of Athos said, "Attention is the spearhead of your struggle for salvation. Attention is the key of the mystery of existence. Attention is an indestructible shield against thoughts. Attention is a sword against the demons that are seducing you. Attention is the gateway to the kingdom of heaven." What a person invests his or her attention in, that is what he or she acquires.
All those that exist due to our attention, the dead, entities from the invisible world, phantoms, energy vampires, and in fact the system, needs our attention in order to survive. And it is ready to use any manipulation to get energy for its existence. That's why the system pushes a person from childhood to old age to hunt for the attention of others. But does the person himself need it? If each of us, all of us, humans, have our own source of life, the soul. Let's watch the video.
Friends, we have a short technical problem.
Other people's attention. We constantly want to draw attention to ourselves, often even without being aware of that. But have we ever wondered why we draw attention to ourselves? What do we lack? After all, if you think about it, we want to get other people's attention when we feel empty inside, and this hellhole is unbearable for people. That's why they start drawing other people's attention, trying to somehow escape their inner emptiness. Jean-Paul Sartre once said, "Man has a hole in his soul the size of God, and everyone fills it as best he can." So what can fill the hole if it is the size of God? The answer is obvious. Only God can fill it. When a person turns to God, starts to give Him His love and lives each day in gratitude for the opportunity to love, then a person no longer feels that gaping emptiness inside. It is filled with love, and God is love itself. No amount of human attention will fill this hole in the human soul. Only true love for God makes one truly happy and fulfilled. By finding God in our souls, we become free. Free from the craving for other people's attention. Free from the desire for power and self-affirmation in the eyes of others. Because when we find God, we find our real selves. We gain eternity.
Many people dream of not depending on the opinions of others, being free inside in spirit, being self-sufficient and not dependent on the attention of others. Who are those who do not need the attention of others? Let's watch a fragment of the program with Igor Mikhailovich Danilov.
Does an angel need other people's attention? A simple question. I'll give a simple example for those who don't understand what I mean. Tell me, do you need copper if you have a lot of gold? Well, I understand. There is human greed. You need everything. And the more the better. But would you trade gold for copper? You won't. Why? Because you have gold, while copper is cheaper. Well, again, you know, the consciousness of some people begins to say, it depends on how much gold and how much copper. Guys, don't mock it. Don't listen to your consciousness. And certainly do not troll. Just don't. You know what I'm talking about. Yes, your demons are freaking out. Yes, it's unpleasant for them to listen to this. Yes, they are foisting on you a lot of nasty thoughts right now and pushing you away. Why? Because they feel bad. It's hard for the demons to listen now. They are not interested. That's the point. But each of you feels something different. You feel hope inside, warmth, and a sense of home, don't you? Joy and love. Yet far from everyone feels love. Love has to be earned. And it takes a lot of effort to be able to feel this true love, to feel it to the extent that your wings would spread, time would disappear, and only joy and love would remain.
While physicists have been exploring ways to use the power of attention, religions have long been working to put this priceless power to practical use. The power of attention is necessary for a human to gain eternal life, or as religions say, to gain the kingdom of God. After all, it is the ability to focus on the love of God in any situation, is a skill that allows a person to overcome death. The world religions speak of focusing the believer on his inner world, on his personal feeling of love and unity with God. This is typical to any person on a spiritual path. Let's see what they say about attention in different religions.
This is the 21st century. We, as a civilization, have made significant progress in many branches of science. We are launching multi-ton ships into space. We are plunging into the depths of the ocean. But paradoxically, we still do not understand what attention is. Although today it is already clear that some experiments in physics, such as the experiment with two slits, cannot be explained without introducing such a concept as an observer who possesses the power of attention. It seems to be such an important question which is, however, not covered anywhere, but it is not so. If we look into the essence of any religion, we'll see that they all teach how to properly distribute attention. In Christianity, the investment of attention is called an inner doing, and the main point of prayer is the perfect mastery of attention. It is also mentioned that the soul of prayer is attention. As the body without the soul is dead, so prayer without attention is dead. The greatest love is not to take our attention away from God, who dwells in our heart. Simeon the Athonite. Attention to your inner learning is love to God. It is to always have Christ in your mind and heart, even if you are engaged in other things. Saint Porphyrius, the Coptic Levite. In Islam, there is such a notion as zikr. It is everlasting mentioning of Allah, God, In other words, it is directing your attention to Allah, concentrating your attention at Him. The prayer that is performed without hudur and with a heart distracted from Allah is like a body that has lost its spirit. The inducement to heed the call of the Quran 156. In Zoroastrianism, it is said, "Him thou shouldst seek to win for us by hymns of adoration in thy mind. Now indeed have I seen it with mine eye, the kingdom of the good spirit and of good action and word, since I have learned to know Mazda Ahura through rite. Let us offer him homage in the house of song, heaven." Avesta, Sacred Liturgy, and Gathas, Hymns of Zarathustra, Hymn 10, Yasna 45, verse 8, Zoroastrianism. So why, having such a huge power, a person does not use it and has no idea that it exists? Because every time the messengers from the spiritual world and the prophets restored the truth by explaining to people that their real power is the power of attention, but this knowledge was distorted. Important understandings about the control of the power of attention were obscured, and the enemies of the human race were tricked into using that power for themselves. People were unaware of that. Moreover, there is a guardian within a human. It's the true enemy of a human being. It's the one who constantly steals his power with thoughts and images in his head. They distract and do not let a human focus on the goal. This is also mentioned in all religions. In Christianity, thoughts are called demons. In Islam, they are called jinns. In prayer, a person should be firm, stand bravely, and avoid any side thoughts, either about his virtues or about his sins. An ascetic must be very careful not to fall into the net of Satan, the accuser, and not to destroy all his achievements by agreeing with the devil's treacherous suggestions. Elder Joseph Vatapedi. Thoughts are your thieves, stealing salvation from you. Watch your mind carefully, and you will force these thieves to flee, as they are afraid of attentive prayer. Simeon the Athanite. Abu Hamid Muhammad al-Tusi al-Ghazali in his book Ihya Ulum ad-Din writes, "Nothing distracts the heart from your prayer except thoughts that come to take the attention of the heart away from it. The healing remedy for bringing the heart into a state of hudur is the rejection of those thoughts. Empty thoughts exhaust the soul." Archimandrite Andreas Kononos. On leaving the thought maze, take up the careful praying. Make your prayer practice a non-stop one. Don't divide time into day and night, and you will gain attention in praying. Work diligently and pray attentively. Learn to see every thought, and you will see its treachery. Simeon the Athanite. He is very devious and cunning, and to achieve his insidious goals, he uses those thoughts, topics, and concerns that particularly disturb us. Don't pay any attention to thoughts, but pay all your attention to Christ, who dwells in your heart. Simeon the Athanite. Every moment of our lives, we waste a lot of power of attention without even noticing it. The main theft of attention occurs at the inner level, in the mind of a person, when he pays attention to thoughts and images. Almost constantly in the illusions of the material world, a person does not even live for real, and he wastes his life force into emptiness, acquiring neither material values nor spiritual ones. In fact, he loses twice. You are a human. Your primary power is attention. The right to choose is sacred. Live consciously.
In the process of preparing the Kaleidoscope of Facts, our participants came across an interesting article on the internet about attention and its significance for one who prays. It was an article by Archpriest David from Georgia. We had a chat with him. Let's see a fragment of the interview.
Yes, it is very important to be attentive during the prayer. Personally, when I listen to confessions, I notice that people often complain that they are distracted during their prayers. I would say they do not pray with attention. Attention during the prayer is very important. But many among these people often get distracted during the prayer time. This can be due to various factors. One factor, for example, is, as the saying goes, the devil's greatest victory was to make people think that he does not exist. So when we begin to pray carefully, this force tries to distract us. For example, with something that happened in the past, or we bring the problems that we worry about to the forefront, or we imagine, and so on. Everyone who has had experience in mindful prayer understands this very well. But you are avoiding the words of the prayer, and you are not concentrating. So one of the factors is the evil spirit. Imagine, the evil one will see that a person is praying attentively. Thus he tries to divert his attention to another direction, and does so in an invisible way. Not if he would appear to you and you would see him, but in an invisible way. It's very convenient. Or has there ever been an occasion when you were praying and someone calls to you? Maybe a family member would wake up, "Come, help me," or else a neighbor would come. It could be a malign influence of the devil. He can influence others as well. But there are also other factors that affect our attention. The mood factor is important. Do you know what the mood factor means? First, you must create the mood for a prayer, and then you can begin to perform the ritual of God's service. Previously, for example, in ancient Rus was such a habit. A great Russian saint father said that before starting to pray, they would sit quietly for 5 minutes, and the mood would be created for the prayer. Imagine the mood, how important it is for us. There is another factor, for example, fatigue. Everyone notices that if you are tired, your concentration is greatly reduced, and it affects prayer as well. So, when parishioners come to me and ask me, I tell them, "Dear, if you are tired, take a rest first and then read a prayer, because it rejuvenates you. It won't work if you can't focus your attention. You know how a human body works. You know all of that. Let me make this prayer, and then I'll go about my business." Unfortunately, this kind of thing doesn't happen very often. Thus, during the prayer, various factors that hinder concentration are brought out. However, I would also like to point out that a mindful prayer, focusing of attention, is not achieved so easily during prayer. It takes years and decades. Therefore, one should not feel that he will win an easy victory in this regard. It takes quite a long time to embrace a mindful prayer. What should be provided during the prayer? The first thing, from the Church's point of view, is that you should sit in the essence of things. That is, what is the meaning of things, of the words of the prayer? In other words, the most important is that your mind should not be distracted, and you should understand it well. I would say that this is of a great importance. This is the first condition for a proper prayer. Other mental processes may be involved here too. For example, it is considered very dangerous to activate one's imagination, such as the Savior, angels, heaven, and so on. Therefore, a proper prayer is when you feel the words of the prayer, analyze and understand its every word. By the way, this is the most important thing, I would say, that you should pay primary attention to.
Thank you, Father David. Interestingly, the knowledge that a person needs to consciously invest the power of attention has survived to this day. In the living conversation, consciousness and personality, from the inevitably dead to the eternally alive, those who have had practical experience share their insights. You also feel those who, like you, are in constant practice, those who live by the spiritual world, who are filled with this near and dear God's love. You see His spiritual essence because you feel it from the inside, and you understand that there is something more behind it, something that unites you. And this experience, it is not like the one that was in the usual life when you are feeding your attention to consciousness. Because in three-dimensionality, you fed images, you fed your consciousness. And when you began to live in the spiritual world, then all your attention, it is directed through deep inner feelings towards God. Your attention is directed to home, to the source. You simply live by the Spirit. Everyone chooses how to live. Everyone chooses himself. Let's watch the excerpt from the video Friend's Hand, which tells that every second of life is valuable, and in every moment you can love. The most important thing is not to get distracted and to direct your attention to the feeling of joy and love.
You know, Igor Mikhailovich, Sufis also said that there are those people who desire this world, and there are those who desire the future world. But where are those who desire God? This is truly a very deep thought, what you are saying today. Because if a person desires God, he can be in dialogue with Him incessantly in the here and now.
Right.
Consciousness always frightens and postpones to some uncertain future. There is a fear of some uncertain future, or whether you will be with God or not. But there is an understanding that every second you can be in touch with the spiritual world, and that every second is an opportunity for such a dialogue. Because when consciousness sets some remote goals, it leads people astray a lot, and very many people say that they have some difficulties and unwillingness to perform some spiritual practices, and they postpone all of that. However, you understand that every second is an opportunity to be in dialogue, an opportunity to be in contact, an opportunity to respond to the inner call which is inside of you.
You know, I'll say that when a person has love for the spiritual world, then every moment that he is forced to be distracted by something earthly is where the pain and suffering appear. Why? Because you can give your love to the spiritual world, and at this time, receive love from God Himself, become stronger, become more alive. But you are forced to pay attention to earthly things. You see? This is what makes you suffer. But on the other hand, when you realize that you can multiply the boundless world and help a mortal being like you to gain life, that gives you wings. It really gives you wings. Then your distractions make sense. Then your disconnection from the spiritual world during these moments is justified. But you still remain with the spiritual world.
Of course, prayer is a continuous action. It's when the Holy Spirit Himself prays inside you.
Of course, it is eternal and forever. The main point is not to stop hearing Him, to constantly be in contact with Him. You know, many people also make a mistake. I've just recalled a little bit and will explain. When a person has performed a spiritual practice and got out of it, no matter whether in euphoria or in fear, as we've already discussed today, but after a while he gets distracted. and the prayer inside him stops. If a person stops the prayer inside himself, the angels in him also become silent, and he breaks this connection. But it happens only when a person, let's say, has looked through a small window at God and has run to Satan. You know, that's not right. You should always remain with God. Even if you have to work a lot physically, mentally, or some other way, or communicate with a lot of people, yet who prevents you from living and being happy? Who prevents you from living, my friend? Nobody. Can anyone forbid you to love God? No one can, except yourself.
You know, Igor Mikhailovich, this reminds me of one story told by the prophet. People who were near him felt this state of grace and said to the prophet, "You know, prophet, while being near you, our hearts kind of become softer and we feel as if we are already in another world. But as soon as we step away from you and become carried away by some problems, our wives, children, and so on, we do not recognize ourselves."
Of course.
So he told them back then, "Keep that state when you leave me.
Don't lose it.
And then the angels will abide in your home too."
And many people wondered why was it so. They said, when the prophet was near, it was alive, it was there. Once he walked away, it was gone. They say, it's like being near a stove, right? When you are standing near a stove, you feel warm and good. But when you move away, there is a cold wind and the world changes. Whereas in reality, friends, nothing changes. We just lose it. We ourselves lose it by means of our own attention. We invest attention in wrong things. Meanwhile, the most important thing is our attention. We already talked about it, and we will talk more. I believe we will talk about it more than once for you to actually understand the point, even though you know it. Attention is the most important tool. Therefore, my friends, let's invest it in love. Enjoy.
Thank you, Igor Mikhailovich, for such valuable words. Indeed, we have everything to live, love, and be happy. Because from birth, God has endowed man with valuable gifts, which make man similar to his Creator. What perspectives are opened to us by the right use of these gifts? Katerina will tell us. You have the floor.
Thank you, Oleg. There are many cosmogonic myths on Earth about the origin of this universe and what it was created for. The essence is that the great God intended to create another world, different from his own, one, and manifested his desire. If the statement doesn't sound scientific to you, then let's turn to the famous experiment in physics on the passage of the electron through two slits. Its essence is that when the experiment is not observed by a human, the electron does not hesitate and behaves like a wave. We can say it is self-willed and present potentially in every point of space. But when the action of the electron are observed, it begin to behave more modestly, turning into a particle. An important point, the electron collapsed into a particle only when it's observed by a human. If, let's say, cats want to conduct this experiment, the electron will not be shy of them and will exhibit the property of the wave without becoming a particle, no matter how many cats are watching the experiment. Why does this happen? It was a revolutionary experiment in physics because such a concept as an observer was introduced. Later it became clear that only human could be such an observer. This is only one of the cases where religion and science achieved unity. Because all religions, scriptures, say that human is a creation of God, has his qualities, that is, the ability to create. And if we broaden this understanding, a question arises. If human can be matter, with his attention, concentrating it at a certain point, then who holds our entire universe with his attention while we conduct an experiment in a laboratory? The answer is obvious. There is a super observer, whom we used to call God. And many religion teachings have said that this world is a product of the thought of God who holds it with his attention. Similarly, fractally, it works within a human. We create an illusion in our head and hold it with our attention, and it lives as long as we feed it. As long as we dedicate it, we stop holding it with our attention, and it disappears. And what happens to our universe if the super observer is distracted by something else? All religion teachings said that human is like God, but in what does this resemblance manifest itself? In the infinite power hidden in the mortal shell of the body. The source of this power is the soul. The soul is the true antimatter, a particle from the outside, from the spiritual world, the world of God. The soul is only a component of the human being. It is its main potential, its portal, the direct connection of every human being with the spiritual world. It does not exist in plants or animals or any other matter, including intelligent matter. So God created a human in his own likeness, but not in his image, because God himself has no image. The aim of human's spiritual development is just the activation of this infinite source of power of creation of the soul, that is the merge of personality with the soul. A human can do this only when he overcomes in himself an egoist, when he overcomes his animal nature. After all, the management of this power is a great responsibility. It is the power which fulfills humans' desires, because human is a dual by nature. The desires in him are raised mainly from the animal nature, and as a rule, they have an exclusively material vector. And the soul has one desire: to return to its true home, the spiritual world. The basis of one spiritual transformation is growing love for God and control over the thoughts of the consciousness. Everyone knows that a thought is material and has an impact both on the outer world and on the inner world of human. A thought itself without the power of attention is empty. It is simply an inactive program, an empty container, and it is the power coming from the soul, the personality that empowers the thought, which leads to its implementation. Now let's imagine that all of our uncontrolled thoughts and desires begin to be implemented. What would happen to the world? This is why a human who cannot control his thoughts and desires is not given access to power. Love for God, control of thoughts, help to people. This is the basis from which the path of spiritual transformation of human begins. Our universe is multidimensional and includes 72 dimensions. At the beginning of his path, human is aware of himself and is an observer from the third dimension. Being an observer from the third dimension and having limited possibilities, he can change a lot in this world simply by observing, investing his attention, what he interested. But there are higher dimensions, and if you make changes in them, these changes will automatically appear in the low dimensions. It all depends on which dimension a human is observing what is happening. The beginning of human spiritual development, the simplest stage, is the merging of human's personality with the soul. In this case, a human becomes an angel and becomes aware of himself in the seventh dimension, he becomes an observer from the seventh dimension. As such, his investment of attention will lead to colossal changes in lower dimensions. The gross material world, with its animal mind system, is in the sixth dimensions. Going beyond these dimensions, making it possible to influence the entire material world merely by the process of one's observation. This is the essence of the fact that human is like God. After all, God creates and destroys worlds by the power of thought alone. I suggest watching a fragment of the video Love is Life with the Igor Mikhailovich Danilov participation.
When you become part of the ocean, you become the ocean itself. That's the point. And that is the power and might which many people feel when they approach the state of the utmost boundary. I'm not saying they reach the utmost boundary, but even when they approach it, they feel this power and boundlessness. They understand that even a thought in your head that is generated is capable of creating universes. This is true. You know, in my opinion, the most valuable thing that a person can gain is love that creates and generates everything. It is the simplest thing a human can create. Perhaps it's the only thing that a human can create in this world. But it opens up such opportunities for him and elevates him to such heights that it's impossible to understand it with our consciousness. Yet, at the level of perception through feelings, at the level of personality, everyone knows and understands this. That's the phenomenon.
It turns out that true creation is multiplication of love. It is the only thing that a human can create here.
Love is exactly creation, of course. It is actually the process of creation, the process of generation. And it is wonderful. And there are no obstacles there anymore.
The right of choice and the power of attention is what can transform human from a mortal observer of the third dimension into an immortal observer of the higher dimensions, capable, like God, of creating only with his thought. God is love. And if a human wants to be like God, he must become love. Then nothing will be impossible for him in this world of matter and beyond. Thank you for your attention. I give the floor to Andrea.
Ďakujem, Katka. Dobrý večer všetkým. Ľudia prosia Boha o všetko možné, čo si želajú, a pritom si neuvedomujú.
Thank you, Katharina. Greetings. People ask God for everything without even knowing that He has given people even more than they ask for. God has given us the highest gift that no other living being in the universe has. This gift consists of two components: that which is immutable in this world, before which both God and devil are powerless. It is the power of our attention and freedom of choice. This is what separates humans from the animal and makes him a creature like God. Just as God creates with his thought alone, so humans are able to create by choosing what to put his attention into. But unfortunately, humanity has lost this vital knowledge. As Erich Fromm said, man is the only animal for whom his own existence is a problem which he has to solve. Originally, people knew the purpose of their existence in this temporal world, knew about the possibility of their spiritual development and going beyond illusions. Every time the messengers from the spiritual world and the prophets told how this could be done with the gift given by God to each person, it was up to people to choose what to invest their attention in. According to their choice, they either became angels, eternally living spiritual beings, equal among equals in the world of the spiritual, or they became body-locked dead men, subpersonalities who experienced terrible agony and were condemned to a second final death, but it was all by the people's own choice. In this world, any resources can be recovered except time and attention. They are gone forever. Depending on what a person spends these resources on, this is the fate he will receive after death. More precisely, everything is decided during a person's lifetime. For it is said, if you did not see the kingdom of heaven when you're alive, you won't be able to see it afterwards. Attention is the main tool of personality. It decides by choice where to direct it, to the temporary material desires of consciousness or to the growing of love of God, becoming one with Him. I suggest watching an excerpt from the video about a cup of coffee with the participation of Igor Mikhailovich Danilov.
Guys also ask the following question. When you sit down in spiritual practice and your consciousness becomes noticeably activated, there are images, thoughts, and so on, should you continue practicing at all?
Continue what? Talking with Shaitan?
This very struggle with thoughts.
Struggle. Fuss in one's head, right? What to continue? Spiritual practice? Yes, one should do it. And there's no shame if you don't succeed in it, and consciousness is very active. Let's say, you should start with simple things. It doesn't matter how many years you've been practicing prayers. You could spend your entire life attending church, temples of all kinds, or be a monk for 50 years. It doesn't matter at all. If you haven't overcome Shaitan in your head, then it means you should learn how to do it, right?
Yes.
It doesn't matter. You should start with simple, elementary things, autogenic training, meditation, or prayer practices, aimed at concentration precisely on perception through feelings. And everything will work out, but you shouldn't listen to the demon in your head. Whereas, if it's extremely difficult, then you can use the circle practice. We described it, but the lotus practice is better.
Indeed, in order to do autogenic training, you should definitely concentrate your attention.
Surely.
You know, as you've said, it's like in the grocery store. You come to buy bread, and so that you don't leave with 2 carts of goods, but know exactly what you buy.
Absolutely right.
And autogenic training will work out only if your attention is not dispersed,
Of course.
but on the contrary, focused.
When you are focused on action. Why? Because life is like that. There is a lot of diverse information. Let's put it simply, our consciousness has harassed us to such an extent that it doesn't allow us to focus on one action. Here's a simple example, okay? How to learn not to pay attention to consciousness in practice, but to perform it through feelings. Let's say, to discover this spiritual practice by means of perception through feelings. You should focus your attention precisely on that, friends. A simple example. People say, is it possible to learn that? Try to take a full cup of coffee without a lid and walk through the whole city. Can we do that? We can. Even through a crowd of people, through all the traffic lights, and through all the stores, we would be able to do that. Why? Because there's a clear action in this case, right? There's a certain algorithm, you are focused. But at the same time, what are you doing? After all, you are walking, and you are also paying attention to cars.
Yes, peripherally.
Of course, but your attention is focused on the cup of coffee, isn't it? Is it possible?
It is.
The same is possible in this case. If you are focused, you don't pay attention to the periphery.
The energy of attention is the energy of life, and a person revives with it what he wants, according to his choice. He can make himself alive or temporarily animate images, fantasies, and illusions that will live instead of him. Everything that exists in our lives we attract and pay for with our attention. Spiritual development is also stimulated and suppressed by our attention. Let's watch an excerpt from the video with the participation of Igor Mikhailovich Danilov.
Also, you know, a lot of people, when encountering such a vivid inner experience of feelings, they worry, like, I only wish not to lose this state.
And they lose
I
it.
wish I don't lose it.
Why? Because they pay for not losing it, you see? When a person has acquired an experience of coming into contact with the spiritual world, regardless of the circumstances, but a flame has ignited in him, he starts worrying, I only wish it doesn't die out.
It dies out.
This is a doubt. He extinguishes that flame. In other words, what does he buy? A fire extinguisher, right? And he himself puts out his own little fire instead of supporting it, rejoicing, and living. Why does it last for 2 or 3 days? Well, for some people, this surge of inner light doesn't last even a day. And that's it. Consciousness erases and removes it. Why? Because we pay for fears, we pay for doubts, for our immaturity, morality. Pardon me, there is no other way to put it. After all, this is really true. Our weak-mindedness, you cannot call it otherwise, it is precisely the strength of our consciousness, you see, which forces us to be so retarded and weak-minded. That's true. We pay for that with our lives, with our attention. Why bargain with the system and pay it for our own problems? What for? Life should be joyful, nice, and wonderful. It is understandable that we live in society, and a lot of things might happen, you know? I put it as follows, what is true life? It means not to lose the feeling of joy and love, despite everything that's going on around you. Why? Because you can do that only when you realize that your body is mortal, that everything around you is finite, while there is life eternal, and you long for this life eternal. When your entire attention and your entire human essence is focused on attaining life, that's when you will succeed in everything, and then nothing will hinder you. Even those conductors will stop waving their batons before your face, or maybe they won't stop doing that, but it will already be their problem, not yours. They will stop it. You see, our consciousness distracts us, or trolls us, to put it simply, only when and because we get distracted, succumb to it, and pay for all this. If we don't react to all its means and methods of distracting us, it calms down. If we don't pay this conductor who waves a baton in our head and sets our thinking rhythms, he will drop his baton, sit down, and nervously smoke. Why? Because he is left without an income, while his income is our life.
According to the primordial knowledge, if a person spends no more than 10% of the power of his attention on material life and 90% of his attention is focused on the state of feeling, inner love and joy, then the spiritual transformation of a person takes place. If 90% of the attention is given to the material life, the desires and thoughts of the animal nature, and 10% of the attention is directed to spiritual development, one will become a sleeping subpersonality, a subpersonality that will not be tormented. If spiritual life is given less than 10% of attention, in that case, a person forms a subpersonality during life, which subsequently means a hell of torment after death. And this is not philosophy and religion, but the immutable laws of physics. So it turns out that in a person's life, it is very important what kind of feelings he generates by his choice and accumulates during his life. Why? Because with this baggage, he will have to go beyond the boundaries after the death of the body and be responsible for his choice. Spiritual degradation of society leads to catastrophic consequences for everyone. The quality of material life also suffers. Yes, you had it right. This is a false directive of consciousness that a person who develops spiritually lags behind in material life. Everything is just the opposite. Let's watch an excerpt from the video with the participation of Igor Mikhailovich Danilov.
The human ability to focus attention on something has decreased so much.
Yes. By the way, what is this related to, Igor Mikhailovich? Because they say that studies indicate that in the year 2000, a person was able to hold his attention for 12 seconds, while already in 2015, the time period was 8 seconds. So people wonder, are we becoming stupider? Or is it actually the effect of, let's say, such technological progress, social media, the internet, clip thinking?
As a matter of fact, in fact, we are becoming stupider. As for the clip thinking, it is not due to video clips, and it's not because short videos are produced. It is social media already adjusting to us. There are actually simple algorithms. In those very social media, they see perfectly well how much attention we can hold in mass. So they conclude that nowadays, a person can hold his or her attention for 8 seconds at most. Hence, they present information without changing the picture for 8 seconds maximum. Then it starts working. I mean, we perceive it all. It is all being studied and observed. As for the decline in our ability to focus attention, it is not due to a big inflow of information. It is exactly due to the acceleration of our time. In other words, we are rapidly losing our human essence as society in mass.
How does this fact affect a person's spiritual path?
Negatively. I'll put it this way, negatively. Why? Because the ability to concentrate on one thing is not just an ability. It exactly shows, let's say, a person's predisposition to perceive spiritual information, to perception through feelings. There is a direct correlation here. And the more there are people of the first type, the faster the ability to focus on something for a longer period of time declines in society as a whole. It's a problem. It's a serious problem for everyone, but it shows the state of our society as a whole and what is happening to us. Or to put it simply, people die. The number of visitors to hell increases, while the number of visitors to heaven does not. This is something to think about. Or to put it even more simply, the number of subpersonalities in new generations is much greater. Hence the decrease in our mental capacities, so to say. And the ability to concentrate is not so much intellectual abilities, but rather mental ones, meaning our freedom. Our freedom is diminishing, while this is the freedom of choice, the freedom of life. That's the end.
The spiritual power given to a person is enormous. If the majority of people in today's society can realize that simple truth, realize the frailty and temporality of the matter surrounding them, and begin to awaken spiritually, it will invariably affect the entire human society as a whole. Then the golden millennium that people have been dreaming of for centuries will come. Knowing the truth, a person can make his choice consciously. Thank you for your attention, and I give the floor to the hosts.
Thanks to the speakers for revealing such an important topic for each of us. I'm sure that before this live broadcast, many viewers didn't even realize how powerful their power was.
Yes, Yelena.
A person, by directing his attention to the soul, to the spiritual world, acquires eternal life and stays in the infinite love. And he has the opportunity to help other people.
Yes, Elena. The tremendous power of people lies in unification. Above all, in the unification of investing attention in building a beautiful future for each person. Knowing the power of attention and its possibilities, it is absolutely not difficult to build a creative format of society. Thanks to knowledge, today we can build a new civilization and embody the testament of our prophets. Dushan, tell us how this is possible.
Děkuji, Olegu. Dobrý den.
Thank you, Oleg. Greetings. Today we've seen, based on the real facts, how important the power of a person's attention is. We have found that knowledge about the power of attention has always been valuable to people. This topic was especially interesting for those people who govern our society, such as the head of states, political powers, and religious organizations. In addition, all magic is done through the power of attention. Every second, we put our attention into something, thus shaping onto reality, our reality, and consequently, we live in it. Whether we like it or not, whether reality is pleasing to us or not, we shape it ourselves. This is a fact. This entire world was created with the power of attention, and everything in this world happens because of that power. Attention is the power, the beginning of creation. The focus of attention has the ability to concentrate and accumulate certain types of energies, the search of which gives rise to action or creation of something, emotions, thoughts, actions, events, in the visible and the invisible worlds. This, in this turn, creates man's destiny both during the lifetime as well as after the death of the physical body. Whether the result of this action is positive or negative depends on the person's choice, his priorities, the everyday habit of his way of thinking, and of how much he is able to control and discipline his thoughts and emotions. Based on these facts, there is a reasonable and a vital question for every person's life. Why don't we create a normal human life for ourselves? Why do we believe that something terrible, something bad can happen to us? We give it the power of our attention, but we refuse to believe that anything good can happen to us. Moreover, by collectively investing our attention into our common happy future, we can create it ourselves. So, why is it that when someone tells us that it's possible to make the world a better place, where everyone will feel comfortable and that we have all the tools to do so, we immediately get a thought without even any critical evaluation that this is utopia, this is impossible. Why does this happen? We immediately believe in the bad and put our attention there, but we meet with criticism adopt the good. So maybe someone doesn't want that. Maybe someone wants us to think that way. This is a rhetorical question that everyone can answer for themselves. But what is certain is that the power of human attention is the most precious resource, and everything in this world happens thanks to it. And as Jesus said, according to your faith, be it done to you. But what is it that we believe in? What do we put the power of attention into? After all, we get what we believe in and put the power of attention into. Think of how many times in your life you've had situations where your sincere faith and action helped you to overcome the most difficult crisis of your life. The life of a true human being, there is always room for heroic deed. Today, we invite you to put your attention to building a beautiful life for our children and the upcoming generations, to a secure, peaceful, high-tech life for absolutely every person in every corner of our planet. Let's listen to Roger Nelson, doctor of psychology.
We have powers that we don't recognize. We have powers that we're only beginning to understand a little. And I think it's very, very important that people be given a chance to understand better how powerful we are. So the power that we have when we give our attention to the world in front of us is to influence the development of that world over time and over the period of time that we're interested in it and maybe beyond. So we have a power that shows up in these laboratory experiments. We have a power to make what should be a random number generator be less random. Instead of being completely unpredictable, we make that random number generator produce more ones than it should have by chance. It's a beautifully constructed, extremely well-designed device, but the power of our attention is capable of changing the behavior and the output from such a device. And an immediate kind of corollary to that, and this is more familiar to most people, hardly anybody ever has a random number generator to play with, only if you come to our labs. But we think about prayer and we think about healing, and we actually, almost all of us, almost everybody I've ever talked to says, well, of course, when my friend is ill or has been injured, I send my best thoughts, my healing energies, my wishes for an improvement. And I think people don't do things like that for thousands of years. We've been doing this since we were, first became able to talk on this, on our Earth. And we don't generally waste our time doing stuff that is unsuccessful and a waste of time. So I think there's pretty good evidence that since we're still doing it, that there is a good effect when we wish for health and well-being for other people and for ourselves, for that matter. A positive attitude. We take that for granted almost. A positive attitude makes everybody feel better, and actually it makes everybody healthier a little bit, maybe even a lot. Even if only most of us, or even if only half of us come together and we are all in accord, we will have a huge effect on what happens on the planet. So I think that, that we see negative manifestations of it. We see wars happen because a lot of people have been brought together with ill feeling toward others, or something like, anger or jealousy or who knows what. So and that causes great trouble. If we do the other side of the coin, if we come together in a loving way, hoping for this bright future, then that will greatly improve the chances of actually having a bright future. And I have to say, even though I'm an optimist, I'm sometimes wondering if we have any future at all, because we're not paying attention to certain kinds of things like climate warming and so on. And we're allowing wars to happen in a time and an age when we have such good communication that we should be talking to each other. It should be possible to fix whatever the problem is before it blows up and becomes a war. It's not happening yet, but that's the goal. We should hope to become one with each other sufficiently to forever eliminate the kind of destructiveness of war. Nobody wins. Yeah. And we want everybody to win. You make me think of one of my intellectual idols, who's Buckminster Fuller. Many people know about him and his work, and some people don't. But he was one of the most amazing futurists I am aware of. He was he created things like the geodesic dome and a whole lot of wild and wonderful kinds of inventions. And he was a person who, when he was young, decided he would not talk. He spent 2 years not talking. And after the 2 years was over, he started talking again and it never stopped. But he always had wise and wonderful things to say. And one of the, to me, most impressive things was very simple. He said, if we all work together in an organized way, the planet will support all of us in a decent way, even more than at the time he said that. I think there may have only been 6 billion of us. But he said, even if we had twice as many people, if we organized what we do, then we could support everybody in a reasonable, pleasant lifestyle. I have no doubt that's true. If we were able to somehow persuade all of the people who lead us, into what happens, to stop doing destructive things and start doing constructive things, and to shift the balance of the haves and have-nots so that there's a kind of more even distribution, even a decent distribution of resources across all the people. And we would then be in a position to work together to create, just a wonderful life for everybody. If we work together, we had a sign in our laboratory, just a little sign like that. It says, if we all work together, we can totally subvert the system. And it's a sort of funny way of putting it. But if we all work together, we can accomplish everything, anything we want. And let us be peaceful and do that. I also believe in the same way that spirit and matter and spirit and science go together. I also think that we have to have, as human beings, something that we think of as art. We have to have a kind of aesthetic component. Otherwise, I think we will lose part of what it is to be a human being. And certainly we lose part of the potential that we have as creative creatures, as people who actually can make something new, make something that never happened, never existed until now. So we have that kind of capacity to be, that's what consciousness is for, in a way, is to implement the creativity that we have that arises out of our spiritual being, I'm sure. And so there's this whole panoply of possibilities that we have. And if we exclude any of them and say, this is more important than that, we will lose the possible range of the future, the bright and beautiful future that I think we have in potential.
Děkuji, Rogere. Ano.
Thank you, Roger, and you're absolutely right. And when you consider that there are already 8 billion of us, our coming together and putting our attention into one goal can lead to global changes. Because, as you said, if we act together, we can accomplish a lot. Today, there's a goal that can unite all of humanity to build the creative society. It is a format that implies the best and safest for the life of every person. Not for some groups or countries, but for everyone. Just think about it. In the creative society, everyone's life is of the highest value. I think it's worth that we make a little effort. You can learn more about the project foundations and the activities of the participants around the world at creativesociety.com website. The link to the website is also in the description under our broadcasts. Today, we've seen some facts about how people, having united their attention to solve a certain problem, got the desired result from the system. In essence, they were bettering, or to put it simply, buying the solution they need in exchange for their attention. For attention is the most valuable currency in the universe. It's important to understand that in order to solve global problems, it is important to unite people globally and invest their attention into one goal. People want it. Hidden in their unification is an enormous creative power that can transform the world for the better in the shortest time possible. We can do anything. Each of us has the freedom to choose. We can continue to put our attention into the development of the consumerist format of society and the programs of self-destruction for all of humanity, or we can put our attention into one goal, to build the greatest society, a happy and comfortable life for all without exception. Countless rivers converge into an ocean. Out of countless blocks and stones, a city is built. Countless trees make a forest. All this is the power of unity, and there is nothing impossible if you are united. The opportunities and virtues of a human being are limitless. The greatest miracle is a human being with his ability to shape his future life as he wishes and chooses. And it must be remembered that everything begins with a person and his or her choice. Thank you, and I give the floor to the hosts.
Yes, Dushan. A human is really capable of many things. People with a joint investment of attention can form a beautiful world for themselves, their children, and future generations. The world that our prophets dreamed of and told us about. There is a tremendous power of creation in a human, thanks to which we can transform not only the outer world, but most importantly, our inner world. We are moving to the end of our kaleidoscope, and I would like to express my deep gratitude to all the viewers for your time and attention and that you have given to us. In light of the current kaleidoscope of facts, this is no longer just an ordinary phrase.
Yes, Elena, that's true. Another huge thanks to our esteemed speakers and everyone who participated in the creation of this episode of the Kaleidoscope of Facts. To everyone who worked on creating the scripts for the videos, the editors, translators, simultaneous interpreters, the design team and the technical support team, and everyone who is behind the scenes. Only thanks to the solid and friendly interaction such projects become possible. And this is a real miracle, created by the people themselves with their daily work. Thank you all very much. And once again, about the miracle. Since childhood, we are looking for miracles and those who would make that miracle happen. The most amazing thing is that these possibilities are within us, within each person. Each of us can create a true miracle. At the end of our episode, let's watch a fragment of the program It Is Worth It with participation of Igor Mikhailovich Danilov.
The true miracle, the most powerful and the most real miracle, is what you and I see every day in a mirror. That's really the miracle. A human being. A human being is like fire and water, combined into one. These are an angel and the devil, being one and the same, but at the same time, remaining separate. It is the choice that a human makes as personality, who is half alive and half dead, inevitably alive and inevitably dead. And the choice of a human, his freedom of choice, which is given by the Lord God, is precisely the greatest miracle. I would say it is the greatest sign that God exists. Why? Because it is exactly a human who chooses whether to live or to suffer, whether to return as part of the spiritual world or to become part of the material world, to remain here. Can you imagine how truly merciful this is? Only a few can appreciate that. But it is the absence of violence in the right to choose, granted by God Himself, who, with just one thought of His, creates universes, not to mention worlds.
He wants a person himself to come to Him by His own love.
That is the value.
By means of love.
Of course, that is the value. That is the meaning of human existence. This is what humanity is created for. That is why we multiply. That's why we are here. There is no other goal. Yes, to multiply, to build a house, something else. But that's merely our way of life. That is, we are like birds. We nest and multiply. That's our inevitably dead part. But there's another part. An angel can be reborn from an ordinary bird, merely by our choice. Isn't that a miracle?